my lovely, lovely, lovely imps. How are you doing today? Calliope, Medley, Aska, Paige, Punk Corpse, Uncle Gumball, Baphomet, Ether, Gayfesh, JS Masochist, Sentient Rat, Evelyn, Drunk and Cruel, Louie Boy. Zach Fletcher, Yuri, Rain, Nasty Redacted Yasmin, Sonia Forest Guardian, Sol, Grakas Sentient Rat, Grouchy Atch, Uchu no Tenchi, by the way, thank you for the dono. Nerodia, Celestial Wolves, Anarcho Delphi, Xerox 13ster, Gila Monster, Aska, Ultimate Stapler, Grouchy Ash, Polaire, Elby, Took a Brazilian, Death of Death, Pedanticon, Leth, Sirius. The song is and Tony Bastard, Infinite Curly, Bingo Bongus, Ron's, KFC, Worst Everything, Rain, Yuri, Marker 84, Unchained Mel, a name I can't pronounce because I can't read Cyrillic, I'm very sorry. Elia Flowers, Bob Guy, Al the Healer, another bored person, Luna 97, Dizzy Rat, Kenneth Allen Cook, Can we cover the RNC today? We'll probably talk about it, but I'm not like watching the RNC. All right, Uncle Gumball, I'll try and take a look at it. Oh, that looks like that's gonna get me in trouble. And also it looks like it's got copyrighted music in it. Kenneth Allen Cook says Vaush is covering the RNC, which is going on today. Well, that sounds great for him. But this is my stream, and you are here with me, and you're gonna watch what I want to talk about, which is a lot of stuff, as it turns out, an incredible amount of stuff that I have to cover. So is Sam Cedar? Of course he is. Of course Sam Cedar is. That's what Sam Cedar is, like a news guy. What's the music right now? It's so good. That is Moon Shrimp from the LUNACID OST. LUNACID is a game that I'm going to be talking about today. I beat it while I was really sick, and I love it. In fact, I think I might be in love with it. Yeah, I really love LUNACID, and I think I found a new game that I truly love. So, but I'll talk about that a little bit later. Yo, thanks, Leth. I appreciate that. The soundtrack for LUNACID is just banger after banger all through the entire game, and I'll talk about the whole game in a little bit. We have so much to talk about today. There is no way I'm gonna get to do everything that I want to do, but yeah. How hot is it in Seattle right now? I actually don't know. I didn't check. Let me check. I didn't check the weather today. I've been today's been one of those days. You know, you ever get one of those days? It is 85 degrees right now. That is really hot. I've never played Amori. I want to give Amori a try at some point. But I've never played it, so I can't say whether I do or don't. The people are asking me whether I'm feeling better. Yes, in fact, that's the only reason why I'm back to stream. Last week, as in like the last solid week plus a few days, I was very, very sick. I got a infection in my throat that was really severe, and it completely took me out. As in, I couldn't barely speak, I couldn't eat or drink anything. I was in so much pain. And I was struggling with a fever and sleeplessness, and I did eventually get to the doctor, and they gave me some antibiotics, and it started to clear up, and then it took a couple of days for me to get over the unbelievable fatigue. The fatigue levels at the peak of my sickness were some of the worst I've had in memory. I can't remember many other times when I've been so physically fatigued that I felt like I was gonna just fall over. But it got pretty bad, so I wasn't able to stream. And of course, what a perfect time to not be able to stream. I have been suffering on many levels. This last week has been a dark night of the soul. Okay, I missed every major news event, and couldn't make any money during that, and it sucks. So if you all of that to say, please press like on the stream, and if you're feeling generous today, please consider throwing a few donos my way. It would really mean a difference. My pocketbook is severely hurting this month, and I would really appreciate it if any of you have even a small tip to spare. It would mean the world to me on keeping this show going. So thank you very, very much. I'm not gonna starve. I'm not like that, so don't think I'm gonna starve, but I missed a week plus of work during actual political happenings that I really wanted to talk about and couldn't. So it would mean a lot to me. It would mean a lot to me. I'm just gonna say it would. Anyway, thank you. Please, if you don't want to donate, consider pressing like. The like means a lot. We have a lot to talk about today. In addition to me talking about LUNACID, which is obviously very important, we are going to be talking about the current state of the Biden admin. We are going to be talking about the attempt on Donald Trump's life. We are going to be talking about some of the goings-on at the RNC. We're going to be talking about J.D. Vance, and we're going to be talking about the future of American politics generally. So, yeah. That's going to be basically what we're going to be doing tonight, and depending on how my energy levels go, depending on how quickly we get through these topics, maybe we'll have some other bonus stuff at the end, maybe not. We'll have to see. What a mess. This month has been rough. I had like a cold at the beginning of the month, and then I had this throat infection, which sucked. What a month. And yet here I stand. I'm yet undefeated. Even if I was rolling around going, oh, for like a week. July has been a month for the history books. That's the thing, though. Has it really? It's definitely all very, like, big, like, news cycle stuff. But, like, the energy around talking, the thing that sucks the most was, okay, so let me just give you a small rant. When the Donald Trump shit happened, everybody was like, it's over! This is the end! The most pivotal moment in American history! And then 2 days later, it's like nobody was talking about it anymore. Which is just like, talk about how nothing matters unless you're talking about it in the moment that it happens. It's like, It's because, and the reason for that, of course, we're going to get into, but it's just very funny to me that, like, the entirety of social media had you convinced that, like, there wasn't going to be a tomorrow. And then 2 days later, no one gives a flip. Wingding73, oh my God, thank you so much for the 10 gifted YouTube memberships. Thank you. My goodness. I know, it's a power day, right, Blake Webb? Everybody's up talking. Everybody's got their energy back. It's good. It's feeling good. Everybody's feeling good. Energy's high. That is true, Saul Gracchus. We're going to talk about that. Saul Gracchus says, people realized it was just another mass shooting and turned their brains off, especially the media. It basically, yeah. Isn't that messed up? That's so twisted. We live in a twisted and demented thing. Oh my God, Doe got me McDonald's. Yo! I don't have a pog noise. I need like a... That's something that's lacking on the soundboard. I don't have like a hype noise. I mean, I can give Doe likes. That's me at the food. But... McDonald's is fire. McDonald's is McDonald's. It's like, it's what it is. When you go to McDonald's, you're getting McDonald's and you know it. I wouldn't say it's fire. When I think of like fire as far as fast food, my brain goes to like Culver's, you know? My S tiers. What's your go-to Mickey D's items? The Quarter Pounder Deluxe. The Quarter Pounder Deluxe and the Fish Fillet are like the two that I love the most. And then occasionally I'll get their Chicken Deluxe, but the Quarter Pounder Deluxe is tough to beat. Yeah. Yeah, Proving Beetle. I've managed to avoid COVID-19. We've been very careful. I've been boosted and vaxxed. We're pretty careful about it. We don't spend a lot of time in crowded areas. We mask up when we're going to a crowded area. You know, that kind of stuff. Sirius says, I saw a poll today. Only like 12% of people primarily bloomed Biden Dem rhetoric compared to double that amount for Trump's own rhetoric. And into response being derangement. I don't 100% know what you mean there. Primarily bloomed. I don't know exactly what you mean by that. Does Doe know of the new Deer anime? Yes, I showed it to Doe. I don't know if Doe knows anything about like the story, but I showed the intro to Doe because I really like the intro of it. The Mocha Frap. See, that's the thing. I never buy any of the sweets at McDonald's. Except for once in a great while, I'll get their like strawberry and cream pie or whatever. But usually if I'm gonna get like a sweet coffee thing, I go to Dutch Bros. Like, Dutch Bros kicks ass. Can we be like 1000% real here? Anybody who has a Dutch Bros are like, holy moly, it's fucking sick. It's like where it's at. There's and it blows Starbucks out of the water. It blows everybody out of the water. There's only one place I can think of that like kills Dutch Bros, and that's like a place from my home state. Yes. I thought McDonald's funds Israel. What? I don't think that's true, do they?
They're part of a boycott.
I thought that was like... Are they?
Yes.
I thought... Are they really? I thought it was Starbucks everybody was mad about.
McDonald's.
Oh, wait, just wait until you all realize... Oh, we don't have to do that. I can just drink it. It's... No. Okay. Whatever. That's fine. You know, I'll just drink from this one then now, at this point. Or both.
I'll take this one.
All right. Wait, aren't we gonna say hello?
No.
What the hell? Get back here now.
I look crazy.
Here, keep them entertained while I eat the cheeseburger.
Keep them entertained.
Yes,
I
keep them
can't do
entertained.
that.
Get here.
I
Get
can't-
right.
I can't
Get
do
right
that.
here
I
right
can't
now.
do that.
I'm forcing you.
Hi.
Come on, get down so they
I
can
don't
see
want
your
to get
face.
down.
Why?
Cause that's scary.
Oh my God, what is this? You know, I just did we posted a whole video on you, and they were loving the hell out of you. They like
miss
you more
you.
than they like you more than they like me.
I don't think that's true. No
Yes,
Pants
it is.
Club.
It's so
Hell
true.
yeah, no Pants Club. Yeah, pants are on.
Tell them to like. Look at this.
Oh,
Look at this
sorry.
gap. Look at this ratio.
Sorry, the pants are on. They've got to be. This is YouTube.
Yeah, it's YouTube.
I miss those streams. Don't.
Mm-hmm.
Don't.
Correct.
That's fake. It hates us. No. I got an art tablet. That's awesome. Draw some cool shit. Nasty, your art of me for the thumbnail was super cute.
Isn't it incredible?
I really loved it. I made my profile picture it on a couple platforms, but not on Twitter.
You got one on Twitter that's you got an identifiable brand.
Yeah,
on
but
Twitter that you
I've
can't
been
deviate
considering
from.
change it just so it's not an identifiable brand anymore.
Hmm.
You helped me with Whiteley stuff and it was such a nice vibe. Well, that's sweet.
Yo, Snack Freak, hope you're doing wonderfully. Hope you're doing great. Did you read any of the comments on there? I mean, I read a couple of them to you.
I read a couple.
You should go look at it.
I read a couple.
You
They
should
were
see
nice.
how they were talking about you.
They were nice.
You would think twice about not saying, "Ooh, I don't want to come on stream."
It's scary. Sorry, I don't.
Why is it scary?
'Cause I
What's
don't
scary?
stream
My room is
anymore.
so comfy. Oh, because you don't stream anymore. I see.
Yeah.
So you've gotten rusty, is what you're saying.
Yeah. What am I supposed to do? No identifiable brands. Respect that. Don't. None of using Twitter is respectable. It is scary. You right? I'll come down here. Hi.
Look at you.
I'm
You're so
snoozy.
pretty. How is it outside?
Hot. It's hot outside.
Yeah, it's like 85 or something.
We need dough content. Look, I mean, serious. You are like one of the few people who actually gets dough content from our reading group. Also,
You mean the secret society?
yeah, the secret society. Is it also human outside? A little, yeah. I wouldn't stream for love or money. Not for love? No, I don't write anything, Gravel Queen. I want to, but I'm not doing that yet. When I do, I'll let you know.
Read that.
It
Thank you, Raining Rain.
had to be hard enough for pressure stream while sick last week, but it's awesome that you were committed to resting up. Very important for creators to see that example for. See?
But nobody could hear that.
I'm sorry.
Raining Rain says, it had to be hard to not feel pressured to stream while sick last week, but it's awesome that you were committed to resting up. Thank you. I had to. And also this one who just ran away also helped make sure that I stayed cool and rested. Thank you very, very much. Seriously. I don't know if that's going through right now. Oh, it looks like it is. Oh, it's not going. It's because the mic out is low. That's why. So they couldn't
sorry.
hear it very well. Here, play it again. Just press give me a note real quick. What the hell?
It's also kind of over here.
Oh. I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
That's alright.
LUNACID vibes might hit more real than reality right now. Straight up. Straight up. Are you the dreamer or are you the dreamed? The answer is, we all live in the nightmare of the dying Mother Earth. Is that dough or fawn? That's dough.
Dough of fun?
Dough of fawn. Fawn is downstairs. Fawn hasn't come on stream in 100 years. We should change that.
Whoa.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, what? I'm in an art server and it sucks. The art server is beefing with Demon Mama. Wait, who's beefing with me? Why are there so many people beefing with me or trying to beef with me and then I don't know about it until way later? Huh? West Side Teller? Oh. Yeah, he's thirsty. He's thirsty as shit right now. It's genuinely sad. I'll be completely honest. I found out some other fucking weird, irrelevant person is beefing with me. I'm not gonna say their name because they don't deserve the attention, but it was very funny when I found out. And they used the unironically evil format to try and go after me.
Yeah.
It made me laugh very hard.
I forgot.
Yo, Ashley, hope you're doing great. Ashley Jubilee says, God is good.
Hell yeah.
Me when that's how the world works. True.
Does dough exist in the context of what came before it? No. What's the other thing she says? I'm unburdened by what came before.
By what came before.
What is the second half of that? Unburdened by what came before?
You got it mixed up. It's what can be.
There we
unburdened. What can be. Unburdened by what came before.
Okay, that's what song it is? Yeah. That's how the world works.
That's how the world works. That's how the world works. I'm at a Wendy's. Yo, hope you're getting some good at that Wendy's. Remember when Fawn would be sitting on the couch in the background? Yeah, I do. I miss those days sometimes. But then I also remember that, like, now my production is what it is now, and things have changed, and change is good. It's okay. You can remember with fondness the past without being trapped in it.
No, unburden
Exactly like Kamala Harris says. Can I show you a great meme that was posted that's Kamala related?
I'm gonna head down.
You're heading down?
You have fun.
Hey, thank you. You want to actually, I think I've had my fill of these fries for now. You want to take the rest of these, eat these for me?
Sure.
Thank you.
Love you.
I love you, thank you.
Mwah.
That actually, you are a lifesaver. You have no idea how hungry I was. All right, let me show you a meme. It was posted by Conyer. Okay, it's really simple. Super simple, but really funny. Is this real? Oh my God. Joe Biden just tweeted 6 minutes ago, I'm sick.
I came up here. Can I borrow this for a minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. That's really funny.
I'm sick. I can only read that in like a Bobby Hill voice. I flew up. Why would you do this? Why? Oh. Oh. What is wrong with these people? What is wrong with this? What is wrong with the Joe Biden team? Okay, here, I gotta show you. This is the Kamala meme I wanted to show you. It was posted by Conyer, okay? President Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID-19. the Majora's Mask Skull Kid laugh, but it's Kamala's laugh. Actually deranged. I love it. Now this is something that could be so good for the soundboard. It'd be a temporary ad, but yeah. Oh. This was the poll you're talking about. What is the root cause of the Trump shooting? Deranged shooter, 24%. Trump and his own rhetoric, 23%. Damn! Holy shit, almost 50% of the entire vote blames the shooter and Trump himself. That's crazy. Wow, okay, I'm actually gonna, we'll use that later. Thank you, Sirius. That's actually very apropos of everything we're gonna talk about in a little bit. My goodness. That's incredible. I mean, that's like a rational position, so you gotta hand it to the normies for being rational. Yo! Welcome to the website, Ash Jubilee. Based. I want to listen to that song from... I really want to listen to that song again. Oh my god, we just... Oh my god, I have so much to talk about. Today is going to be a day of vindication, my lovely imps. Today is the day that we are vindicated once more. Oh my god, this is gonna be crazy. We have so much time. Anything to feel better? Okay, everybody, I gotta be 100% fucking real. Wait, Ash Jubilee, what song? Oh, we're playing it. That's a perfect excuse. We're playing it again because it's the perfect mood for today. Hold on, I'll play it for you. Listen up, you're gonna love this. Here we go. Let's enjoy some music while we vibe, okay? Because I'm telling you, this is the song that categorizes the moment in America right now. I can help you with that, Calliope. Alright, let's try to restore it to balance. Welcome to the era of rot! The fever era! We walk a strange and melted path. And we are all but colonies of bacteria spread across the diseased flesh of America. Will you bloom with me? Or dry up? Incredible, right? By the way, just go play LUNACID. I'm telling you, okay? That is only one of like 20 insane tracks from LUNACID. LUNACID is not a hard game at all, but it is challenging enough to be engaging, and it is beyond beautiful. And I'm going to talk about it a whole bunch later, but that is one of the tracks from LUNACID, and it is representative of the soundtrack because it's amazing. It's on the pile. It was on my pile too, and I was like, you know, this feels like the right pick, and boy was it the right pick. It is so good. I'm in love. I'm in love. And we're very lucky because they just announced that there's more LUNACID content coming soon. The creator did, which is awesome. Plus, it got like literally like 2 weeks ago they announced that they're planning something. I don't know if it's a free update, a sequel, a DLC, what the hell it is, but that sounds very exciting. And they also officially got a publisher. It was previously just a self-published game, and now it's getting published, which is beautiful. Oh shit, my saturation is a little high still. I better adjust that. This is what you get when you play around with your settings. Let's put it to the natural camera level and see how that looks. Okay, good. That looks wonderful. I can't play video games when I'm sick. I didn't for the first couple of days, but when I was in recovery was when I played through LUNACID. For the first like 3 or 4 days of, for the first like 4 days of being sick, I was so sick I couldn't do anything. I was bored out of my goddamn skull. But then once that I was on my medicine and I was recovering, I was like, I got into that phase where you're like really restless, you know, because you're like not feeling 100% yet, but you're starting to feel a lot better. And so I was like, I finished reading Berserk. I played through and beat LUNACID. I started playing Mortal Sin. Crazy. I just found this emote. How long has it been a thing? Only like a month and a half. Maybe more. Actually, I think it's been a little more than that. Maybe like 2 months. How's Mortal Sin? Mortal Sin is really cool. It is very visually stylish and the combat feels great. The dungeon design is good. I don't know if I can give a full review of Mortal Sin yet, but so far, solid. It's not like, no, it's good. I really like it. I'm enjoying it a lot. It's got a lot of weapon variety. It's a little like a class-based roguelike with a really, really stark visual style. I've been really enjoying it. It like sort of escalates as the game goes on into like a spectacle dungeon crawler where you're like swinging things around and getting these combos that are like flashing all over the screen as you're like decapitating skeletons and goblins and wizards and stuff like that. Pretty cool. But we're gonna talk about I won't spend much time on Mortal Sin today. The game I'm gonna talk about later is LUNACID, which I need people to go play. It is a fantastic game. I found a new game to put on my favorite games of all time list, which is yeah. What's the story behind the new move along emote on the Discord? Yeah, we did add the move along, but the problem was the move along is like it's hard to get it to fit on because it's a rectangular emote. So I really like it. Yeah, there's people going and testing it in the Discord right now. But yeah, the move along, it looks great. But everything has to be square, so it's hard to get it to work as a, because it's a rectangular emote. The move along is just, it's like a little imp with a little basket, or with a little, what's it called, a bundle? What do they call those things? It has a name. Bindle. I was so close! I knew it was something funny. But yeah, that was made by Nasty, just like the garden imp. But yeah, it's like a little bindle, and it was what we had. We used that for the thumbnail for the like fleeing America video. Like, is it the right choice or whatever? And I just thought it was a very cute little guy. So I don't know. You know, having I feel like we should bring back 1920s hobo imagery, because I feel like we're kind of living through another like 1920s era right now. You know what I mean? It really does. I don't know, it really does feel like it. Yeah. So, does anybody know the song Hallelujah, I'm a bum. Hallelujah, a bum again. Hallelujah, give us a handout so we'll rally again. Classic American song. Everybody has forgotten it. We've moved too far away from our history of celebrating, taking advantage of the American welfare and prison system. The second verse goes into singing about how you can get 3 square meals a day if you commit a minor crime and go to a local jail. Hallelujah, I'm a bum. Hallelujah, a bum again. I wish we could listen to it. I think the original version is in the public is in the public domain. Let's see. Let me see if it's in the public domain. I don't know if it is. Ooh, I don't know if it is. It'd be cool to be able to play it, but... It is! Holy shit, wait, it's hosted by, Oh, the sheet music is, but none of the recordings are. The original sheet music is. Say, how can I work like other men do? How the deuce can I work when there's no work to do? Hallelujah, I'm a bum. Hallelujah, a bum again. Hallelujah, give us a handout to revive us again. I walk through the fields and I keep walking on. That's the reason my shoes and my clothes are all torn. Hallelujah, I'm a bum. Hallelujah, a bum again. Hallelujah, give us a handout to revive us again. I asked for some food. My stomach was flat, but the lady said, beat it, I must feed the cat. Hallelujah, I'm a bum. See, it keeps going like that. And it goes all the way down. I'm not going to sing the whole thing because it's actually really long. Because, you know, you needed to have really long songs that were easy to remember that you could do when you lived in a box. Because, like, half of America lived in a box. I could learn to play it on the piano for sure. Yeah. That'd be cool. It was an IWW song? That's cool. I didn't know that. Johnny Paycheck. Oh man, it's so fun. Oh, this is going to be so wild. We have so much to talk about. I hope it does too, Captain Badass. Good luck. Best of luck, seriously. Best of luck with that. Oh, I love Modern Times. Modern Times is such a killer movie. Wait, is Modern Times? No, it can't be. That one's... is Modern Times in the public domain? If it is, we could do a viewing of it. Oh, only the Chaplin films before 1918. Ah, it's not. It's not in the public domain. That would have been so cool. We could have done a Discord movie watching. Literally though, Modern Times is a banger. Like it's one of those old movies that when you watch it, you're like, wait, this is actually like super funny right now. Like it's still funny. It's so goddamn good. Also, sick soundtrack. We have almost 200 viewers, but only 155 likes. If you are here and you feel like being so kind and helping us get even more viewers in this beautiful stream, please make sure that you press like on the stream. It's free and it always helps us get more viewers. Fun! You want to say hi to the stream? No. They said they missed you. Oh, but you're going to take a nap? Okay, all right. Well, rest well. Hold on, I got a way to do this. Hold on, let's see. There we go. Look at that. See, people forgot to... Look at that already! We already went over 200 viewers just from that. We got like 25 more likes or 20 more likes and we immediately tipped over 200 viewers. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. Why are people effing? Why are people effing? Don't F. Don't F. Don't F me, don't F me. I'm getting scared. Don't F me. Don't F me. There was a stream hiccup? What the hell? I didn't see it. Must have been on YouTube end. I got no errors on my, OBS. My apps. No! YouTube! What the hell's going on here? You can't do this to me! Oh, shit. Now I'm seeing the errors. Let me see what's going on. No, okay. network. We had a small network issue. Okay. I don't know if that was on our end or on YouTube's end. It doesn't, I'm not able to see. Well, hopefully it fixes itself. Hopefully it fixes itself.
Stay.
What happened? It's all good. It's okay. Have you sacrificed a ceremonial lamb for connection stability? I don't need to do that. I've never needed to do any sacrifices for connection stability. I guess the only thing I've ever had to sacrifice is a little bit of my time. Staying for the dank demon mama memes. Oh, it's gonna be dank. We have a lot to talk about tonight, and it's gonna be very chaotic. R196 had a good post. I remember when people were liking R196. Oh, I saw some of these. This is the giant extended, the Holden Blood Feast extended universe. People take a joke like too far, but all right, I'm glad. Yo, Ron's KFC! Ron's KFC says, loving the stream as always, but Fawn, come out and say hi. I don't know if Fawn actually heard me. Hold on, I'll go deliver that message to Fawn. 1 second. Fawn, there was a donation for you. Fawn, someone gave a donation for you saying you should come out and say hi. I delivered it. I delivered the message, everybody. I delivered it. It's been delivered. Thank you, Ron's KFC. Delivered. Everyone says we want a Fawn cameo. Okay, when Fawn gets up from nap, I'll try and see if we can get one, okay? I'll try and see if we can get a Fawn cameo. It's been too long. Big Hobo would never shut me down. They would never shut me down because I'm supportive of Big Hobo. And Little Hobo. True. I know nobody's seen Fawn. Well, okay, let me tell you this. I can give you a Fawn update. Fawn has been working super hard on a bunch of projects. Fawn has been learning 3D modeling. Like really hardcore. Like really spending all of its time learning 3D modeling. Which is super cool. Fawn is such a talented artist, and I will always support Fawn. It is not easy, but Fawn has a talent for that kind of stuff. It's not the first time that Fawn's ever done any 3D modeling, but Fawn's like really buckling down and learning some stuff now, which is super cool. Oh, nasty, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Now is a great time to be, now is a great time to be learning all kinds of different talents, isn't it? I'm just gonna talk about something real quick. I was insanely inspired by reading through Berserk. It's besides like the FromSoft stuff, I can't think of many other recent pieces of media that have inspired me as much since like Death Stranding. I guess Pathologic. So it's been a couple years since I've picked up like a game or a piece of media that made me go, holy shit, this is personally deeply inspiring to me to do more art. But Berserk really did that. I got to the end of Berserk, which was a whole emotional experience. And then afterwards, I was just reading through tons of interviews with Kentaro Miura, the creator of Berserk. And I don't know. The whole experience of reading through Berserk, I've been incredibly inspired. I don't know what it is about Berserk. There's something incredible about Berserk that just, it fills you with artistic resolve. At least it did for me. And I don't know. What about Berserk made me feel this way? Berserk is... Okay, so there's a few things. the fact that it's like, it is, okay, so Berserk is one of those things where every single page, especially the deeper in you get into the manga, every single page is like a work of art in and of itself of unbelievable proportions. I feel like the experience of reading Berserk is like witnessing the Sistine Chapel. You know, like you go and you see something that is such a singularly incredible and masterful flex of artistic craft that you can't help but be in awe of it in its whole. And I don't know, like Berserk is like literally you want to keep reading because you're enchanted by the story and the characters and all of this stuff. But each page is just it's like every page is a blessed and layered feast of visual details. And part of what makes Berserk so special is, of course, that its mastery of its media. That Berserk isn't like, it uses dialogue, but it's not reliant on dialogue for communicating all of and there's a lot going on in the story. Like, it is a very deep story, in my opinion. With especially on a level of sort of emotional depth, but it's like there's so much visual communication of a level that you don't see very often, that you can read a page and understand exactly what's going through like 3 different characters' minds and why they would feel that way based on what you've been shown leading up to it, based on what's on the page. That it makes you feel like anything's possible. When you see that, you go, wow. Like, you really can do genuine miracles with art. And then it makes me want to do them, you know? It makes me want to sit down and go, how do I distill my thoughts and feelings and my observations of the world into something like this? And it's even more fascinating when you realize that, like, Berserk... okay, so Berserk is, you know how I always talk about how in FromSoft games, like 90% of the games is Berserk, and it's just like tearing it straight out of Berserk? Berserk is the same way for like a bunch of different manga, like Fist of the North Star, and also a bunch of 80s movies. Like, there's a whole interview where Kentaro Miura talks about how the early issues were just him going like, I like this thing, I like this thing, I like this thing, I like this thing. I'm gonna try and depict it, you know, reproduce it for myself with my own touch in this really unique way. And then it resulted in, you know, first the Black Swordsman arc, then the Golden Age. And yeah, it's just incredible. It's an incredible work. So that's the reason why I felt so artistically inspired by Berserk. And I have been doing all kinds of stuff. In addition to, you know, so during the time that I've been reading Berserk, I have built this entire set, built and designed this entire set. I have written multiple other, I've completed multiple side projects, artistic side projects that I've been on. I've begun 2 fairly large and long-term side projects that I had only been kind of tinkering at. And I've been completely rethinking my creative approach to how I want to do basically everything. And I credit a lot of that. It's not solely Berserk that's done that. Obviously, there's been a lot of other things going on in my life, but Berserk was a huge catalyst for artistic inspiration for me. So, yeah. Emu Anon 34 says, I like how there's shoujo influence in such a dark manga. Yeah, in fact, in a lot of the interviews, Miura talks about that, how he wanted, he specifically wanted to study the like anime and manga that is made and marketed towards women, because he wanted to add like all of that. He wanted to be able to touch onto the themes and the greatness of those things, even though, you know, he's making this dark and violent and bloody horror, heavily, very adult, like, you know, medieval fantasy story. But it's incredible. So, yeah. Who took over after the mangaka died? because isn't it still running? I don't know what the current state of Berserk is. I don't, I need to ask around. Maybe somebody else knows. If anybody in the know knows what the current state is. As I understand it, like Miura's closest collaborators, some of the other artists that he worked very closely with, he gave them, before he died, he gave them a, basically a pretty exhaustive outline for where he wanted the story to go. And a bunch of his notes and stuff like that. But I don't know if they've actually decided where to go. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know yet. So I wouldn't be able to answer that. The volume, the deluxe volume, like, ends. The volume 14 ends about a third of the way into the page count. And then there's a letter from the publisher. And then the rest is filled with a bunch of really cool stuff. Published interviews, you know, art done by other artists of the characters, little like novelty character sheets, stuff like that. Grime Dango says, yeah, his peeps are working on it. Well, first of all, great to see you. And secondly, yeah, I heard that they like have a ton of stuff. I just don't know if I don't know if anybody's actually said if there's like what the publishing plans are or anything like that. So, yeah. Bino the Amoeba says, I saw the deluxe volume at Walmart and I almost bought it. They're fantastic. I really love my deluxe. I have the whole 1 through 14 is right behind me in the backdrop, and they are awesome. They are expensive, but they're incredibly high quality and pleasant to read, and they have a bunch of other cool stuff in it, like fold-out art and interviews and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah. I don't know about that, Silent. The Lost chapter? I'm not sure. Koji Mori and Studio Gaga? Yeah. Wait, it's 30 bucks? That's a steal. If you found a copy for 30 bucks, get it. That's like, I got most of these at between $30 and $40 because I was buying from a local bookstore. 30 bucks is like a good price. These things retail, if you just go into like a Barnes and Noble, they're like $50+ each. So that's a great deal. I always thought it was weird to sell a box set for a series that isn't done yet. It doesn't matter. It's that good. It doesn't need to be done in order to be incredible. At all. It's like, it's beyond incredible. And even the ending that it ends on right now, it feels like it's like I don't know how to describe it. What it ends on is like, it's a cliffhanger, but it's like a satisfying cliffhanger, you know? Anyway, the deluxe thing is completely worth it. Rosa Mendez, we're going to get into that in just a minute. Kazama says, Demon Mama, is Mikola officially Griffith? Yes and no. It was kind of weird, honestly. Like, I was expecting it to, I was simultaneously expecting it to be more or less. But they kind of went in this weird medium spot. But, yeah, kind of. I know what Kazama meant, but yeah. It's not officially anything. I mean, okay, but yeah. I was gonna say, there's definitely some things where I would be like, okay, that is just like, you picked that straight out of it. Like, I mean, Lane Dell is Falconia 1-to-1 almost. It's actually shocking. Wait, fuck, I'm not, don't burb from stream? What are you talking? Oh my god, calm down. Calm down. Everybody needs to cool down, okay? No, with Berserk yet. I haven't caught up yet with the manga. You're gonna be fine. I'm not talking about any, I haven't talked about anything. I haven't. Elden Ring is yes! Grime Dango says Elden Ring is good because of incest. Elden Ring is good because of incest, not in spite of it. That is the secret, okay? That's the master level play, okay? That's the yeah. So you can say that about a lot of things, okay? About they do go that far, Jade Monkey. It is true. What? People reacting with shocked images. Did you not play Elden Ring? Oh, problematic elements in my video games. Oh my god. No! No! I thought this was a game about fighting monsters or something. Oh, you're in for a real surprise. Wait, you mean you're mixing up Godwin, Godfrey, Godefroy? I don't remember any of the other God ones. I don't think there's that many other God ones, actually. I should have picked the other ones. I should have picked all the M named. Marika, Mikola, Melania, Melina, Mesmer. Who else? Am I forgetting somebody? I'm probably forgetting somebody. Godefroy? Yeah, Godefroy is my favorite. That was the one that was like the next level. Renala, Rena, Rolana, Radon, Rykard, Radagon. Look at how on lock I have this shit. Silent, yes, because if you notice that all of the names are G, R, and M names, he did that deliberately. All of the Royal Creek characters, their names either begin with G, R, or M. Oh yeah, Morgott Moog, good call. I already got Ronnie. Well, okay, I didn't say Ronnie. I used Ronnie's other name. Morgott and Margit. How come? Oh yeah, wait, that's right. Never mind. Oh yeah, people talking about the Acolyte. I actually saw the last frame or whatever, the last shot of the Acolyte. Talk about spoilers! Everyone talks about spoilers all the time, and then they will just post the last shot of an entire episode, just being like, holy moly. Yeah, I mentioned Rykard already. Oh, Malekith, that's right. I forgot about Malekith, although he's not like a royal family thing. No, Malekith is Marika's shade, which is a different thing. I don't play Elden Ring because I'm not a masochist, but I did watch a lot of video essays. It does help. It does help, for sure. It does help to be a masochist. But, I mean, also, studious sadists can appreciate the Souls games. And in fact, I think the most ascendant experience is if you're a sadomasochist. If you can get both of those, you're going to be like, you're going to be on next level. Yeah. I have a life. No, you don't. No, you don't. If you had a life, you wouldn't be posting here. Simple. Just kidding, just kidding. Not trying to hurt, not trying to send away my own fans, you know. Just, you know, just a little fun, just having a little fun. Everybody keep watching, don't stop. Woo! You sent me the best tweet? All right, let's see it. Oh my God, that's so good. Holy shit. Biden tests positive. This is how you know. This is how you know we're actually gonna get Mamala. This is how you know. They're pulling out all the stops. They're doing the psychological warfare. It's gonna happen. It's coming. Do come. Do come. It's K-Hive time. Does he really have COVID? Yes, he really has COVID. We're going to talk about that. We have a lot to talk about. Biden heads are going to be very angry very soon. We're having a nice warm-up because I need the warm-up because I haven't used my voice for more than just chatting with my friends and family in like over a week. But we're about to make them very angry. By the way, can I just say... just real quick, this is just off the cuff. The Biden heads really got mad at me. I lost 100 subs after making the ContraPoints critique video, which I feel like I was very chill in that video. And like I wasn't mean. I didn't call any names. I laid out my case, you know, yeah, I had some strong things to say. But I lost 100 subs. Not even joking. Not even kidding. But I mean, it bothers me a little bit to know that like there are people who've been in my audience that are that fragile. But also, it just helps me know that like the chosen ones are here, so to say. Not to make it all culty, but for real though, like I don't need... a bunch of fair weather loser fragile fans who are gonna jump ship over Biden. If you are so weak that me saying, guys, fucking Biden is not gonna save your ass. He can't even save his own ass. He can barely stand up. We need to have a politics that's more than just vote for Joe Biden. You need to articulate a politics more than that. If you can't handle that messaging, you don't belong here. You really, truly don't belong here. Yeah. It's happened almost every time since let's see, when did it really begin? It was since the State of the Union that things started to go a little crazy for the libs. And we started having, every time I would criticize Biden, actually, no, I know when it was October 7th. What a crazy moment. That was when when the libs really had a schism and they went into like lib fascism, and then libs who were like, holy shit, what's happening to my party? And ever since then, you know? Yo, thank you, Rain Dog. I really appreciate that. A lot of people came in. I got a lot of comments that were beneficial and kind and understood my point. But there has been like a mobilization of the most bad faith, aggressively ignorant people. I mean, I roasted a bunch of their comments immediately after the video came out, but it's only gotten Okay, sorry, I'm stumbling over my own words here. There has been, the overall response to my video was very positive, but there was a section, like, I mean, overwhelmingly positive. I'm talking like a 85, 15 split of positivity, of people going out of their way to talk on my point, build off it, and write something thoughtful, to like 15%. But that 15% in the dissenting category were deranged. And I mean deranged to the point that they were like, I said multiple times in that video that I so explicitly support voting. And a good chunk of that 15% of responses were just people being like, why the fuck is it so hard for you to vote? And I'm like, I literally said, went out of my way over and over and over. How many times can you say it? It's infuriating. I can't stand it. There's just a certain type of liberal that really does just want to live their life as an NPC. And they have a mantra, and they're very fragile. They're basically like a Fox News voter that instead of getting addicted to Fox, or a Fox News viewer that instead of getting addicted to Fox News just happened by pure chance to get addicted to MSNBC. Same thing. Same shit. Oh, sorry, hold on, I'll get you out of there. Oh, the Blue Anoners are crazy, too. The Blue Anoners are out of control. Yeah, true. Kalen the Zola says, while creators need to work hard to make their points come across as understandably as possible, there's only so much a creator can do and it becomes an issue of the viewer. Straight up though, I work really hard to make myself clear. I have one of the main criticisms that people have levied against me is that I'm long-winded. And part of the reason why I'm long-winded is because I always feel the need to further explain what I'm saying to make sure that people are understanding what I'm getting. Engaging with the Biden bots and the Blue Anoners, it makes you feel so shitty. It is just a giant mood deflator because you realize that literally nothing that you say matters. People will straight up tell you to your face that you said something that you didn't say. They will straight up tell you that you didn't say something that you said numerous times, and they will act as though it's your fault that they missed these things. It's crazy to me. It's exhausting. So exhausting. What makes someone a Blue Anoner? A Blue Anoner is someone who's like, the media is collaborating to tell you that Joe Biden didn't have the best debate performance in all time, of all time. Blue Anoners have been saying that like Joe Biden, like, one of the Blue Anon posts that I've been seeing that's been going on for a couple of days has been people who are like, Joe Biden just gave the history's most articulate foreign policy commentary ever. And it was him talking about something about China at the NATO press conference where he also mixed up Putin and what's his name? Zelensky. He was like, he introduced Zelensky as Putin. He like this is also the one where he mixed up Kamala and Trump. He said he had Vice President Trump. Like, and they were saying this guy is he's the most articulate any president has ever been. It's like, dude, come on, shut the fuck up. There's a bunch of other people who are saying that like, oh yeah, one of the Blue Anon posts that was going around was saying that Obama was secretly influencing and pulling favors at the media to try and destroy Biden. Because because he felt like Biden was going to bring shame to his legacy. I saw that going around. They've dropped that one. But straight up. Another board person with the chunky imp renewal. Thank you so much, another board person. Another board person says, don't you know, mama? Liberalism only works if you believe in it. If you cast doubt, its power drains away. Like Pennywise, the dancing clown. True! Rose at with the $5 says, did you really just say you want Project 2025 enacted? I can't believe this. Blue and honors. Straight up. Straight up. Thank you very much for the $5, Rose at. Thank you very much. I didn't see that particular one, Bingo Bongus. That sounds crazy. So yeah, that's the Blue Anon level. I have some Blue Anon posts, and we might look at them. I've seen some pretty wild stuff from the Blue Anon side of things. Like, there's so many people who are saying, there were people who've been saying that, like, Russia is doing a social media sock puppet influencing campaign to get Biden to step down because they want Trump to win, and they believe that the way that Trump will win is by Biden stepping down. So there must be, so everyone who's speaking out against Joe Biden, who's a Democrat, it must be like a Russian bot. That's another one that's been really popular. Xerox 13 sir says, I think my bestie might be a Biden bot and I'm slowly grinding into the housing to swap the board. I truly hope you can help them. Biden bot is one thing that's going to be really funny, by the way. One thing that's going to be really funny is watching all of the Biden bots immediately change their tune. The moment that the Democratic Party moves to replace Biden, which is looking more and more likely. We're going to talk about all that in just a minute. It's going to be crazy to watch them just immediately act as if they were always on our side. But we'll remember, won't we, chat? Because we've been in the fucking no gaslighting zone for weeks now. We will remember. We will not stand for the Biden apologia. Frozen Summer says, I have seen some of the responses to your ContraPoints video from a couple of people and they misunderstand your points entirely. I can't understand how people can have such low comprehension. It's not comprehension. It's motivated reasoning. You have to understand that this is a phenomenon that most people won't understand because they're just not going to have this experience in their life. But so sometimes when you are an online content creator and you're talking about politics, you will develop a cadre of people who are heavily invested in you never having a good point. They need you to be a cartoon for them to make fun of to their audience. And so as a result, they will aggressively and deliberately ignore and misunderstand things that you say. They will sometimes even make your arguments, for the arguments you put out in your content, they will make them and then say you didn't make them, even though we're almost word for word your argument, which is something that's been going on with this video. There are a bunch of people who are heavily motivated to misunderstand. They don't want me to have a point, and so they just find a way for me not to have a point, even if it means aggressively misinterpreting. This is something you'll see sometimes that happens with like bad faith reactions, where people will pause Andy to the point that they don't ever even give you the chance to speak at all, and then they just tell their audience what you're saying instead. You could actually, it's not just, I shouldn't even just say in reaction stuff. We've seen this. You guys remember, a great example of this was, remember that DJ Mule hit piece from a couple of years ago where like, he would say that it was about Xander Hall. Ironically, that's actually super ironic that I should bring that up in this particular moment, but whatever. Let's remember what that video was. And he would say Xander Hall said something, and then he wouldn't actually play a clip of that, and then later he would play an unrelated clip about something else, and it would seem as though, look, well, he put clips up on the screen, but there was a whole bunch of things that he never actually played clips for. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. Why is that ironic now? Well, just because some of the statements that have been slung by a particular Xander Hall in recent days, which is unfortunate, but you know, whatever. Oh yeah, I saw that title, Kalen the Zola, but I don't have time for that. It was like an 1.5-hour video that was called Demon Mama is Unironically Evil. I'm like, okay, yeah, that's how you know you're engaging in good faith. When my video, where I sort of, where I very fairly lay out my point, it gets the result of, you're unironically evil, you're evil and need to be destroyed! Fought Knight says, I mentioned you in Jack's chat, and immediately for some reason someone was saying, what about bathtub hormone supply chain stupid anarchist or something of that nature? Yeah, there's people who have a single thing that they believe that you said or whatever. They have it in their mind that you're like a piece of shit, and they're just never going to listen to you. They will undermine you, and they will not offer a single drop of charitability, and yeah. It's, yeah. Vaush and Paul's ego. Okay, listen. Vaush and Paul's ego is extremely, extremely funny. Their beef makes me laugh really hard. They do both aggressively misinterpret one another and engage in an unbelievable level of hyperbole. But watching their beef unfold is, it's like popcorn. It's popcorn content for me. Recently, there was a new flare-up in their beef, and it resulted with Paul's ego getting so mad that he tore off his shirt on stream and started slapping his tits around, and it was really funny. I was legitimately laughing. It was extremely funny. I thought that was incredible. Yeah, it was good. And this is the thing. The part that made it really funny was that right before that, the way that Vaush was trying to get a dunk on Paul's ego was that Vaush was trying to say, he was like, Paul's ego is like when Sasuke's older brother from Naruto tries to use, what's the name of that jutsu? And he couldn't remember the name of the jutsu. So his burn was like a Naruto-related burn, which also made me laugh really hard because it was just like, bro, what are you going for? I didn't know what either of them were on. I don't know why the like Naruto-related dig, and I do not understand the ripping your shirt off and slapping your belly and tits. But it was amazing. I had a great time. So even though their beef is definitely uncharitable to one another, it is definitely unproductive, I find it remarkably funny to watch. And I'm sure it's not as very much fun for either of them, or maybe it is. I don't know. I can't tell if it's like a rivalry that they're having fun with, or if it's like a rivalry that they really truly hate each other. I don't know. But it is funny, is what I'll say. Here, hold on. I'll play you guys it because it did make me laugh. Hold on. I know I can play you guys the clip. I think they really do hate each other. I mean, yeah, but there's like a type of hatred that can like, that it's like, yeah, I hate your ass, but they don't actually like, I don't think either of them like want to kill each other or whatever. I don't think it's anything like that. Here, I'll just play this for you here. Here we go. Here. Let's enjoy this.
Please,
just a minute. Okay?
Please, no more. Yes,
Or maybe
more.
it's like Infinite Void from Gojo. I don't know.
So that's where he says the jutsu thing, the jutsu line. And then this is what happens.
Oh my god! Vaush out of the power shirtless!
Mind broken. Now only know Vaush hatred. Vaush created monster. Vaush should have left me alone. Now Vaush will know true pain. Pain!
I'm sorry. It's so good. If you can't appreciate this, you are missing out. There is real entertainment out there, and it's right here in front of you, okay? What stream is this from? Here's the link. Here's the link. There's the video. 10 out of 10. No! Only no Vaush hate! I will show Vaush truth. So good! It's so good! The crazy D&D session? Yeah! Oh my god, it's so incredible. I watched this last night and I was like, there's no way that's serious. I mean, it's like half serious. Like Paul and Vaush have real beef. They have been fighting with each other for like 2 years straight. No, sorry, that's too long. Like a year straight. Their beef goes back further than that, but the real beef has been going on for like a year. And there's like just back and forth. They are like always back and forth at each other. They're always replying. And that's the thing. See, that's the thing. It's like a real beef requires there to be like, there's a sauce to a beef, okay? If you hate someone, how do I explain this? I don't know if I have the way to describe it. It's hard to describe the sauce that makes a true beef because it's very easy for a beef to just turn into, I hate your ass, I will never talk about you. I hate your ass, I will never talk about you. Versus the type of beef that keeps people engaging in like this to this level, you know? Kazama says, Vaush said Paul is essentially a fascist because Paul didn't support Biden. Yeah, that was like one of the early shots, which I think was like, look, I'm not going to pass judgment. I'm just going to say that's a real heavy shot to fire at somebody. That's a really heavy shot, you know? Exactly, Spiral Gal. It's like rivals. Yeah, what's the difference between rivals and true hatred? Because like rivals do hate each other. They do despise each other. Sometimes they hate each other so much that it like fuels them. Versus like the cold hatred of like, I never want to talk to this person again. You know? Yo, President Sunday and the squids, welcome. Come on in. Come get comfortable. We love squids here. The water is deep, dark, and cold. And your kind are very welcome here. Come on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Deeply appreciate that. And consider pressing like on the stream on your way in. Someone watched the new JREG video? What's the new JREG video? What's the new JREG video? What's JREG? Oh, I haven't seen this one. Is it the... Oh, it's the Pew Pew video. Isn't the DeepFatFried podcast just 3 copies of the same guy? No, what? No! Huh? No way! If you think that TJ and Paul are the same person, you're missing something, okay? And Scotty is completely different than TJ and Paul. Like, not even... They have some, like, they obviously share some of the same mannerisms in certain ways because they've been making content together for, like, 20 years or some shit. But, like... What? Oh, thanks, Jadar. TJ and Paul, well, but they don't really look the same either. They're just big guys, right? I don't know who Cody Ko is, so I'm sorry about that. Grime Dango. Grime Dango says, as a TJ old head, I hear the name Scotty and it echoes in my head in TJ's voice from over a decade ago. God, I am old. Okay, you want to hear something legitimately? Can we take a moment to enjoy wholesomeness though? Legitimately though, I gotta go back to that video because I need you guys to understand why I think, like, you know, not to just blow smoke at people, you know, but I'm feeling positive. Can I show you the beginning of the video? Oh my God, that's so loud. Hold on. Where's the thing here? Is it right here? Here you go. This shows you that, I found this wholesome, okay? Watch this, ready? At the beginning of that same stream where Paul ripped his shirt off and slapped his belly a whole bunch, Scotty was like tickling TJ at the beginning. And I just find that
You
so
muted.
wholesome.
Look, come right here, TJ.
What's that?
It's right here, TJ. Look.
What's that? Get that out of here.
Look, it's right here.
I don't
TJ.
want that shit.
Ah!
Ah!
Collarbone.
Ah! What's he doing? What the f is wrong with him? Go take your nasty piss, you disgusting.
Listen, the brother vibe is a rare one to see in political adjacent politics space. I find that funny. Demon Mama should be an honorary DFF member. That would be an incredible honor, but I don't think I've contributed enough yet. Maybe if I go on a couple more times, I will gladly, literally any day, I'll go on to DeepFatFried. I have fun goofing with those guys like a lot. I don't think I've contributed enough to deserve anything like that, but I would love to go on there any day and have a fun time. I want to imagine that someday, somehow, someday, somehow, there will be a resolution between Vaush and Paul that will lead to some sort of peace or whatever. But I don't know if that's the case, and it might never happen. But I like to think that it might be possible. Hopefully you don't get caught in the Vaush hate train if you do. No, I have never. That's the thing. The Vaush hate train's been going, and I don't. And the reason for that is because it's a really simple reason that people, that a lot of people on the internet struggle with, which is that I'm not Vaush in any way, shape, or form. I just have been friends with Vaush for a long time, and I appreciate my friendship with Vaush. But yeah, it's really easy. By, you know, like, other people don't see that. Some people who are like heavily invested in like old dynamics about the online politics space, where like everyone had to be painted into like a certain faction, which this was mostly a result of like the beef between DGG and VGG, that like there was like a schism drawn, but that line doesn't exist and it never existed. So yeah, you know. Yeah. Yeah. You know, oh, it's funny you send me that, Grime Dango. I feel like I should probably take it out of the title. Like, it might be deboosting me. Let me change the title, and I'm gonna say CUOVID with like the way the meme does. CUOVID. There, that way it stops giving people the warning. The keyboard is my greatest accomplishment. Grime Dango, it's a blessing. It is beyond a blessing. It is a blessing and a half. What if the stream is already damned? Oh, what if it's already damned? What if it like tagged it already? And even if I change the title, it won't get rid of it. And that's whatever. You can't be paranoid about this. Whatever. If you're here, right now, you are witnessing a suppressed stream. The government doesn't want you to hear the message that Demon Mama is putting out into the world. If you made it here now, it's because you can hear the truth. You can hear the signal and see the truth. I mix those together because my mind is operating on so many levels. Da 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 da. Base, the warning is gone. Yes! Hopefully we don't get deboosted anymore. What's whooshing in the background? Probably the AC, unfortunately. But if I close my door, you will get to witness me die on stream. And I don't think anybody wants that, so... Yeah, that's probably the whooshing. I apologize. I want to fix it, but I haven't fixed it yet. So... Unfortunately, it makes me mad. I've been listening back to my streams and going, the audio is just one tidbit off from what I want. It's just this far away from where I want my audio to be. And it's because I can't manage the keeping the room cool at the moment. However, I did order a new fan for my studio that should hopefully fix the problem. I had to do a lot of research. I spent like multiple hours researching the right fan, and I think I found one that'll help me stay cool. Oh yeah, absolutely, Raining Rain. 1 second, I'll get that for you. I can get that meme for you right away. Coming right up. From friend of the me, Conyer. I haven't got to see Conyer in a while. I hope I get to see Conyer in the future. It's been such a busy day. What's this one? Is this a compilation? I'm so happy. You know what? I feel like I should, I feel like I could get this one. I feel like I could put this on the soundboard right now. How do I get it on the soundboard? I need to export it. Hold on, I need to bring it in and then export it only as a audio track, which can be done with VLC, I think, right? I think. That would be really funny. All right, we're gonna do it. It's a historic moment. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let me get this. I'm making my own sound. This is the love that I put in here, okay? Hold on. Oh, maybe I might actually be able to download it just as audio. Hold on. Let me see. No, you can't. You can only do it here. Hold on. All right. This one's got the sauce. Hold on. I need a Kamala image. Let's see. What the heck? I was searching for a funny image of Kamala, and I just found a beautiful image of Kamala. You know, people underestimate. Kamala does have, Kamala does have some fucking serious beauty going for her. Like, that's a beautiful photo. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, I downloaded this already. Okay, hold on. Now let me just get this open, and then I'll export it as audio only. Listen, do not mistake my memeing in favor of Kamala Harris as me, like patently endorsing Kamala Harris, because that is just not the way it is. Okay, hold on a second. How do I do the audio track? How do we do this? Convert/save file. Wait, how do we do this one? Hold on. Oh, why can't I remember how to do this? Give me a second. Okay, here's what we have to do. Okay. All right, I see how we do this. Give me just a minute here. Here we go. All right, let's see if this works. Let's see if it worked. It did. We got it. We got it, everybody. That's right. We got the new meme. Hold on a second. Let me get it up here. Oh, yeah. We got it. Oh. Okay. What's this one? Here we go. This is the perfect one right here. Wait, right here. What's this one? Here we go. Sound. Oh, we got to add it to here. Okay. Soundboard. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Here we go. Let's test it. Let's test how it sounds. 1 second. Give me a second. How's the audio levels? Let's see. That's so good! Okay, so now we can get it on here. Hold on a second. Here we go. Title. Okay, and now we gotta get this little picture here. Oh, I didn't actually download the, hold on, I gotta download the photo. I know, we're riveting content at the moment, right? But that's okay. Yes! Here we go! Here we go! I got the image. Hold on. We got this. We're about to have it, and then it's gonna be, we got it. We got this. Hold on. Hey. Here we go. Set from file. Here we go. Oh, it looks kind of goofy. Whatever. It's fine. Okay, it looks goofy, but I got it. All right. We're gonna use this so much during the Joe Biden segment. Oh. Oh, here we go. Wait, watch. Wait, how do we get it to do? Wait, hold on. We can make it go like this. Hold on. Yes! I can make it so we can layer it and it'll do multiple. Watch this. Listen. Yes! You just watched us cook in real time. Once in a while, the chef lets you in the kitchen, and that's what you just watched. Being able to layer it is like so good. Watch this. Oh, this we're gonna make some magic with this shit. I thought this was gonna be the one at the top. I want to find the one where it's at the top of the Hold on, let me see. I can make this one better. I can go one better. Give me a second. That was in the clock tower. I wanted the one that was on top of the clock tower. But I don't know where it is. I don't remember what that track is called. What's it fucking called? That's To the Moon. Is this the one? There we go! There you go. Now we got it. Now we got it. Put them together. There we go. This is what Biden is feeling right now, straight up. Yeah. Actually, I feel like Joe Biden's probably feeling more like this one at the moment. That's where Joe Biden's at. He's more like up against Majora. Oh, we're gonna have so much fun with this. You've been met with a terrible election cycle, haven't you? True. Maybe the second phase? Yeah, that was just the battle music. I don't know. The soundtrack is really big and the names on the website, or the names on YouTube are a little hard. Corey, happy to have you. We're having a good day today. We're channeling a lot of fun energy, all right? Infinite Curly, thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining, I should say, as a member. Subscribing is on the website. But yeah, thank you so much. It's like it's sus, but it's not donezo yet. Nothing is ever really done. Nothing's ever really done. No one's ever really done. That's how it is right now. That's the other one that, like, the other refrain that keeps going through my head right now. No one's ever really done. It's, you know who's really done? No, see, that's the thing. You know anything could happen at this point. Can you all acknowledge that at this point, at this particular moment, the veil is so thin that literally anything could happen tomorrow? Joe Biden, COVID could take Joe Biden tonight, or he could beat it and be back on the fucking campaign trail twice as brain cooked as before. Joe Biden's next media appearance could have him fucking talking about a pizza that he ate in 1975. And there is no way we could predict any of that. Harris Obama 2024, real possibility at this point. Straight up, real possibility at this point, okay? We gotta get into it though. We've been warming up for a long time. We really gotta get into it. Gotta settle in. We gotta lock in. We've been having a good time though, right? Yeah, he's had COVID before, and at his age, it's a big deal. We're gonna get into this. This is our first segment. We ought to just step right into it. Oh no, RFK can't. RFK's washed. Because did you guys see that video that came out of RFK on the phone with not with Joe Biden, with Donald Trump? Crazy. Oh, you know, maybe, you know what? We'll get to that. Okay. All right, everybody. Let's do this, okay? Let's do this. Okay, wait. Actually, before we do this, let me get the clips ready. Let me get everything ready. I don't want to go in unready. That would be terrible. I don't like being unprepared. Being unprepared stinks. I'm prepared now. All right, here we go. My lovely, lovely imps. History is unraveling in real time before our very eyes. Everything matters and nothing matters. We live in a clown period of time. The age of rot is truly upon us. And you might be wondering, what of the many events that I was sick for am I talking about? Well, right now, I'm talking about the fact that Joe Biden is sick. That's right. Just moments before I started streaming today, to record this video, Joe Biden announced, I'm sick. I'm not even joking with you. He literally just said, I'm sick on Twitter. That he just said, I'm sick. Now, of course, the news got out before he said, I'm sick, that Joe Biden has tested positive for COVID. This has now been reported in basically every single major news outlet. Joe Biden tested positive for COVID and had to leave the event that he was at early. Now, this is really bad. It's horrible for Joe Biden. For the rest of us, it's really hard to know exactly what this will mean. Because, of course, Joe Biden is in the middle of a total upheaval in his electorate and in his own party. Joe Biden's continued bungling of public events, his clear mental decline, has become a matter of increasing concern. And interestingly, even though at the time of this video coming out and the time of this stream recording, We have not yet actually even discussed the assassination attempt that was made against Donald Trump. We're going to talk about that shortly, I assure you, but despite that event occurring, Joe Biden has not been able to shake the controversy within his own party. And in fact, it's very strange. This morning, with almost cosmic timing, Joe Biden made the following statement. Joe Biden said medical conditions could prompt him to drop out if doctors came to him. Now, this was reported by a number of different outlets, but he explicitly stated in an interview that if medical doctors came forward and said that he had a medical condition, that he would step down. And of course, just after this started hitting the news, this actually happens. Unbelievable cosmic timing. He said that? Yeah, he said that. It was during, I think he actually said it during the BET interview he did, which was, I think, a couple of days ago. I don't remember the exact date of that one, was when he actually said that. But people actually started talking about it. It was reported in a couple of news outlets today, was when I saw people talking about it. And of course, then later today, just a few hours ago, he was diagnosed with COVID. Now, Joe Biden is a very old man, okay? And it is true that he has presidential level medical care. But we have already witnessed that Joe Biden has been struggling. He claims that it was a cold that led to his severe decline in performance at the debate. And COVID is significantly worse than a cold. COVID is worse than a flu. His age, his current wellness, and the fact that he just announced that he has COVID all spell a continuing worsening situation for Joe Biden. And in this particular moment, I can't help but feel that basically all of us, and most certainly Joe Biden, have one particular thing echoing through our minds. The specter of a coconut. That's right. The calls for Joe Biden to step down have only intensified. And the rustling sounds of the coconut trees grow louder by the moment as the obvious heir to Joe Biden's position would be Kamala Harris. In the last couple of days, since I was last able to stream, because I myself was sick, and I'm young, and I had to take time off for that shit, and not running for president. I just run a show on the internet. But in that time, a number of polls have come forward showing that Kamala continues to do as well or better against Trump than Joe Biden, which is a pretty obvious sign that the time right now, if everything that the Democrats have said is true and they also believe it, now would be the time to put Kamala up and have Joe step down. Will that happen? You know, I'm sorry. It is just very difficult to know what is going to happen at all at any point on any topic right now with regard to American politics. However, there are a number of things that I want to talk about with regard to that end. That is also one. From an hour ago, who was the source? Oh, CNN. According to CNN, Biden asked his advisors if Harris could win the election. That was just from an hour ago that CNN reported receiving that information. So, wow. All right. It's intensifying. Whew. Here we go. So, but that's not the only thing, okay? So we got, apparently, according to CNN, we got Joe Biden asking about whether Kamala can win. But there's more. We also had Adam Schiff formally step forward and ask Joe Biden to step down. That's right. As reported in the LA Times, Representative Adam Schiff came forward and formally asked Joe Biden to step down, which means that he's joining a increasingly large amount of representatives who have been willing to step forward. It's actually, I think the number is, let me see if we can get a full number on that. I want to see if we can get that number. I don't know. 22, according to the Washington Post. According to the Washington Post, there have been 22 Democratic representatives who have come forward and formally, publicly risked their reputation asking Joe Biden to step down. So, and this is all, of course, like I said, post the assassination attempt against Donald Trump, which the Democrats seemed to initially think would basically put the question down. But actually, as it turns out, no, it didn't. Everyone still knows that now more than ever, we need someone other than Joe Biden to be carrying the competition against Donald Trump on the federal level. Okay, yeah, here's further details on that, by the way. Jeff Zeleny says on CNN, President Biden is more receptive to the push for him to leave the ticket. He has gone from saying Kamala can't win to asking his advisors if Kamala Harris can win. Okay, to be fair, more receptive or less defiant is a very good first question to that, which is what this commenter here says. Yeah, it is a matter of genuine defiance. And we were I'm actually gonna talk about some of the things that he did recently that indicates where he's at. So here's another thing, okay? We got another little bit towards the Biden is going to be stepping down. Here we go. This is according to ABC News. According to ABC News, U.S. Senate Democratic leader Schumer told Biden in a private meeting on Saturday that it would be better for the country if he ended his re-election bid. So now that's not a public statement, but it has been reported on by, you know, credible news agencies that Senator Schumer is also privately asking Joe Biden to step down, which is absurd that we're getting to this point. Sonia Forest Guardian says, even Demon Mama, even if Biden steps down due to Trump's assassination attempt, Trump will still win. That attempt single-handedly won Trump the presidency. I don't agree. I don't agree. I didn't agree the day of. I wish I could have come on stream to yell about it the day that it happened, but we have a whole segment dedicated to that coming soon. So keep your eyes right here if you want to hear me yell about that, because I don't agree at all. I don't think that's true. In fact, the fact that most everyone has already stopped giving a shit about the assassination attempt indicates to me that it actually probably won't move the needle all that much. But we'll get into that. We'll jump into that full in a minute. We got to finish talking about this. So, Adam Schiff came out. Word came out that Schumer is privately, directly asking Joe Biden to step down. And we have reports that Pelosi might be working to advise Biden to step down. This is from Politico. Let me just get the quote here. I want to make sure that I get the quote correctly. Here we go. Former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, convinced that Biden will lose, has been working the phone since June 27th in hopes of finding a way to ease him off the tickets. One of her colleagues was struck to see her chatting furtively but openly with Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries last week in a corner of the House Democratic cloakroom in plain sight of a dozen lawmakers. The extent of Pelosi's behind-the-scenes roles hasn't been fully revealed and may never be if the former speaker has her way. But I'm told by people familiar with the exchange that she stage-managed phone calls to Jeffries, plotted strategy with the biggest names in the Democratic politics, and told one former elected official bluntly that Biden's legacy cannot destroy the party. Now, of course, these statements occurred before the attempt against Donald Trump. So it's possible that Pelosi has changed since then, but I don't think that's the case. If we now have word, if Schiff went forward, Adam Schiff being a Democratic insider and Schumer being the Democratic insider, if Schiff and Schumer are both pushing forward, I think it's very unlikely that Pelosi has changed her position, which means that some of the most important voices within the Democratic Party are now convinced that Donald Trump will beat Joe Biden. Joe Biden cannot beat Donald Trump. Which is wild and interesting. Now, for a lot of this, the last month or so, it has seemed like there was no possibility that Joe Biden would actually be forced to step down. But as time goes on, it is becoming increasingly inarguable that Joe Biden is simply not in the position to be able to beat Trump. Now, of course, something that we are going to dive into even further as we go on in this issue, Joe Biden should have never been allowed to get to this point to begin with. We know that this isn't the beginning of his struggles. We know that he has been completely tanking his reputation with the youth vote, which is very important for him. In this election in particular, the youth vote in this election in particular is very important when he is neck and neck against Trump with older voters. He needs that boost from the youth vote, and Joe Biden has been alienating the youth vote with his deranged policies towards Gaza. His public gaffes have been a genuine disaster. But this isn't the beginning. He should have never been allowed to get to this point. The fact that we are just a few months before the election itself, and there is now a panic within the Democratic Party as morale collapses and I want to say, this is what the Democratic Party says. It is the most important election of our lives. Democracy is literally on the line. They say that Donald Trump is America's Adolf Hitler, which, by the way, I believe those things. I do believe that this election is likely to be one of the most impactful in all of our lifetimes. I do believe that Donald Trump is America's Adolf Hitler. I do also believe that what remains of American democracy, I'll put a little asterisk on that one, because I think American democracy has been on its last legs for a very long time and never fully existed in the fullest. But what remains of it is in great danger. But if the Democratic Party believes that, why did they allow this to happen? And the answer, of course, is gross, selfish, narcissistic malpractice in the upper leadership of the Democratic Party. A party that does not have the machinery necessary to address its own problems, to listen to its electorate, and still ultimately falls to the exact same things that allowed the Republican Party to go the way that it has. The Democratic Party is struggling with a stubborn and selfish personality in the same way that the Republican Party is. Isn't that interesting that these gigantic, supposedly democratic structures in America fall so easily to the influence of a central figure who can just say, well, no, Jack, I'm not stepping down. Deranged. Kenneth Allen Cook says, honestly, Gavin Newsom should have been announced as a nominee last year, like in mid-2023. That's what should have happened. I don't even believe that they needed to have, like, immediately choose another nominee. It makes sense that they would want to work with an incumbent because being an incumbent president gives you an advantage in most elections. But the reality is that there was nothing. There has been... It's not just that Joe Biden is falling apart. It's that Joe Biden is falling apart, that he has set up no air, that they have built no infrastructure whatsoever within their party to preserve a non-Republican, non-Donald Trump agenda. There's nothing. They had nothing to deal with the Supreme Court. They have nothing to deal with the lack of heir apparent to the party. They have no way of even setting up alternatives. They crushed their own primary. They've completely crushed the voices of their own voters, especially young voters. It's absurd. It's deranged, frankly. Joe Biden and the Democratic Party are the only people to blame for this situation. Liberals and leftists of many types have said that they don't feel comfortable with the current situation within the Democratic Party, that there have been great concerns about Joe Biden being able to actually run against Trump. You all know, those who watch me know that I've been talking about this issue for a long time. There have been tons of us, okay? There have been tons of us. And the Democratic Party just does not have the structure necessary to deal with any of this. It is getting bowled over by Donald Trump and his authoritarian agenda. And right now, as a result, you and everyone you know is staring down the barrel of a Trump presidency in which Trump has complete control of 2 of the branches of government and potentially 3. Okay? The Supreme Court is, for the rest of our lifetimes, barring some sort of very serious radical action on the part of a future president, it is going to be a Republican, and what's worse, a fundamentalist right-wing court. The presidency, Donald Trump is going to do everything to make sure that Democrats can never get the presidency again. That has been outlined in every single one of Donald Trump's agendas, that they intend to dismantle democracy as we know it. And of course, Joe Biden clinging to the ticket, even when he has COVID, clinging to the ticket, even as his numbers plummet, even as he has gaffe after public gaffe, of which we are going to watch in just a few minutes, Joe Biden clinging to the ticket is starting to hurt the candidates that are running for Democrats in the Senate and House of Representatives, which means that Joe Biden might not just take down the presidency with him, he might also take the Congress down with him. Now, that's some real rotten shit to think about. Joe Biden needs to step down now. And it is more important. If you all are wondering why my video talking about Joe Biden and getting COVID and all that is coming out before I put out a video or a stream segment talking about the assassination attempt against Donald Trump, this is the reason why. Because it is more important that Joe Biden does the right thing and takes the steps necessary to win against Donald Trump than anything that happened to Donald Trump. And people need to Democrats need to get their wits about them and get to work. I'm talking Democrats at all level, okay? I'm talking anybody who cares about this issue should be willing to put pressure everywhere and say publicly, I'm not here for this Joe Biden ruining the future for all of us thing. The heat needs to go up on Biden. Please do not hawk the genuine deranged cult PSL bullshit. Please get that shit out of my chat. You are not welcome here. You can stay, personally, but the PSL and their bullshit is not welcome here. The PSL is the party of the party of socialism and liberation, and they are, in my opinion, a legitimate cult. That's my opinion, okay? I've witnessed their deranged behavior and the way that they recruit and the way that they police the behaviors of people within them. It is a demented organization that is horrifically extractive, has no shot at victory, and tricks its members into giving their time and money to something that will never happen. Not only that, but they have an internal structure of bullying and thought policing that goes to the level of policing their members' social media. I think that's insane and deranged, and I will not have their stupid org be pushed in my chat. Thank you, Doe. Check Biden's tweet that I'm sick has a part 2. Oh, great. Do we get a I'm sick update? Where's the I'm sick update? Oh my God. I'm sick of Elon Musk and his rich buddies trying to buy this election. If you agree, pitch in here. That is, holy moly, dude. That is trash. More fundraising? Okay, hold on. I just need to, let me just show you. Have you guys seen the Joe Biden? The Joe Biden official campaign website is just a march of give us money, give us money. Donald Trump chose JD Vance as running mates. Give us money. Here, sign up. Give us money. Donate, donate by mail. Work with us. Donate by mail. Donate, 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 donate. Store, donate. They don't even have a platform up here. Oh, they finally added issues. They added an issues page. Oh my God. They finally did it. We finally got an issues page. Let's count the donations on the homepage here. Donate, add, splash page. Donate at the top. A store. Donate. Take action by donating or volunteering. Sign up so you can donate and volunteer. Then we got another store link. We got another donate. We got another donate by mail. We got an ad over here that's saying donate by mail. And now we got Joe Biden advertising for more donations to his campaign as he announces that he has COVID. Actually, I cannot state just the level. I don't even have the words for the level of political malpractice that Joe Biden and his rotten DNC have brought to us. I want you to understand that every horror that they talk about with Donald Trump, every horror that they talk about, the Republican Party bringing upon Americans, bringing upon immigrants, bringing upon trans people, all of those, the current ruling power is Joe Biden, and he is doing nothing. They can't dream of anything to do. My God. Stupid clickbait is what they've got. They've got Skibbity Biden. Just unbelievable. You would think, I don't know, if you were the president of the United States of America and Donald Trump's hand-picked court said, hey, guess what? We just ruled that a president can do basically anything they want and face no liability. And your response was just go, well, you know, it's real bad. Make sure you donate some money to me. Like, is that what you would dream of in that situation? Because I wouldn't. I'd be cooking up some crazy shit to counteract that. Absurd. All the more reason now to pay attention to what I have been telling people on this platform for the entire history of my time as a streamer, which is that the Democratic Party is not and cannot save you. They are not built to save you. All of you out there listening right now who are worried, all of you out there who are scared, the Democratic Party has not and is not going to help you from that. What will is reaching out into the world and taking political power for yourself, connecting with others, understanding what skills and talents you have and how they can be put to work, building structures of power and resilience that can make you resistant to aggressive government. And there are a lot of them. The government, at the absolute best of times, is in shambles, can barely keep the roads fixed, okay? And under Donald Trump, we've witnessed how as aggressive and evil as the government is capable of being, how many holes it has in its nets, that it is not able to squeeze as hard as they want you to think. That together, we can take care of each other and keep each other alive. We are the ones who can take care of one another. We have the ability to engage in political power that isn't just giving everything that we have away to the Democratic Party that does not give a fucking shit. Okay? What we are witnessing right now is irrefutable proof that the Democratic Party, I just want you to think about the scale of money and human effort that is in the Democratic Party right now. All of it is being lit on fire because Joe Biden wants to make "I'm sick, ooh-woo" jokes. There are millions of people volunteering, millions of people giving money to the Democratic Party so that you can get a tweet that says, "I'm sick of Elon Musk, give me more money," as Joe Biden torpedoes his own election attempt against the most dangerous president we've seen in our lifetime. It is a simple fact, okay? And I need you all, everyone who hears this, everyone who's watching, okay? It is a simple fact that the Democratic Party is not a structure that will save you. There is one option. Accept that fact and learn as best as you can, in every way that you can, what political power you and the people that you are connected to actually have. What can you do? How can you, with your own hands, reach out and touch the world? What can you change yourself? And there are so many answers to that question. I regularly bring up how important it is to help people of minority groups get to safety, how that personally taking your time, resources, money, whatever, and putting it towards people who need to survive can ensure that a person who will resist alongside you will live another day. That swells the numbers of people resisting the most rotten aspects of our broken government. I've talked numerous times, and I will again in the future, how we are stronger when we have a network, how taking the time right now when we see something dangerous on the horizon, taking the time right now to connect with one another, to start building real friendships and alliances that can help us in times of need, connecting locally, These are things that you can do right now, that you can begin to do right now. And there are things I can't even dream of, things that only you are capable of. If you are watching right now, you have skills and talents that can be put to uses I can't even know because I don't know you. You might go, hey, I have this skill. I bet there's people who need it. This isn't the first time that the Democratic Party has derelicted its duty. It's not the first time in your lifetimes that the government has derelicted its duty. We all lived through Trump. If you're here watching, you lived through Trump the first time. And the government was derelicting its duty. And people still survived and took care of each other and stayed strong together, and will do it again. This time it's more important, but also we have some experience this time. We have people who've learned. We have new people who are awakened to the problem at hand. I am worried that there is a very good chance that we're going to end up with a Donald Trump presidency. And because of that, I want to advocate to the people who watch my show, to the people who talk to people, to the people who go out, watch my show and then go out into the world and talk to other people. I want to advocate that all of you get people thinking about how they can have a political impact that is above and beyond just waiting for the Dems to do something that they are incapable of doing, that they are demonstrating every day right now down to this very moment where Joe Biden is tweeting, I have CUOVID for Elon Musk not giving money to Donald Trump, give more money to Joe Biden. We can have tenacity. We can push beyond this. We do not have to wait on this party that is incapable of helping us. Anyway, for now, for this section, thanks for watching. For those of you that are watching live, we're about to talk about some of Joe Biden's recent appearances, and that should be a lot of fun. So keep watching. Make sure that you like and comment down below. Thank you so much. Kenneth Allen Cook says, Demon Mama, you're dooming too hard. I think we should prepare, but the Democrats are trying to get him to step down and he's starting to lighten up. What? There's not a drop of doom. I haven't doomed once, okay? The last time I doomed was when I had a fucking fever, okay? And was out of my goddamn mind. That's the last time I fucking doomed. There's not a drop of doom even being put out of here. Being honest about rough things, that's... Okay, it's not dooming to be driving down the road, to slow down your car and look out the window and go, oh shit, there's a whole bunch of potholes that might destroy our tires. Maybe we ought to take it slow and make sure we're avoiding the potholes. That's not dooming. That's going, I can see the road ahead. He's starting to be receptive to the prospect of stepping down. We just read one incident of him maybe asking a question. Okay, something that I need you all to understand is that people are being really crazy about politics right now. And on one hand, it's understandable, but on the other hand, people need to take a second, okay? And take a certain approach, okay? On the day of Trump's assassination attempt, everyone was screaming, it's fucking over! It's the end! The end is nigh! The election isn't even for 3 months and everybody was screaming, it's fucking over, everybody! It's over! And then 2 days later, it was back to normal. Everybody's tweeting their fucking goofy memes like normal, okay? It's important to be able to see what's coming and be able to talk about tough issues without these ridiculous overreactions and it's just, check yourself, okay? Check if what you're talking about is real. Joe Biden is not more receptive because we have word that he might have said one thing about asking if Kamala Harris can win. We just watched him. He's right now asking for donations while sick. We don't know how receptive he really is. true, but I want us to have hope for the future rather than dread. This is a you problem. It's always a you problem, Kenneth Allen Cook. Chill. Every stream lately, you come in and go, well, careful, stop dooming. We need to have hope for the future. I have hope for the future. My chat has hope for the future. This is a you problem. Take a chill pill. Calm yourself down. My goodness, I have hope for the future. I can also go, damn, some of this shit really bothers me, but I have hope for the future. I have not given up over 4.5 plus of the most deranged years of my life, okay? I didn't give up in 2016 when Trump won. I didn't give up when COVID hit. But also having hope for the future requires you to be real about the future. Otherwise, you don't have hope, you have delusion. You have delusion, okay? And I don't think that people should do that. Kenneth Allen Cook says, all right, okay, I'll chill, but I still don't want to lose our democracy. Okay, this is like watching a car sinking into a river and the water is up to the windows and you're going, I don't want to lose my car. Like the car's fucking the car's gone. The democracy is toast, okay? The fact that the Supreme Court alone has been so compromised is already a sign that the democracy is head deep in water, okay? The fact that Joe Biden, that the only chance we have is maybe we'll be able to convince Joe Biden to step down in the next 3 months before the election so that there's a chance that he beats Donald Trump. That's a sign that the democracy is flown out the window. You gotta mourn democracy, okay? You need to mourn it. The reason why I'm telling you that we're in the age of rot is because the democracy is dead. It's rotting. We're watching the rot. We can see the rot. And you have to remember that the democracy that you're talking about hasn't always been amazingly democratic, okay? The democracy you're talking about brutally represses the votes of Black Americans, brutally, historically disenfranchises Native Americans, brutally disenfranchises the youth. An act of voting, okay, is not some glorious democratic act, okay? At this stage, it is an act of strategy. It is saying, can this vote in some way make it more difficult for my opponents? That's it. Even if you go and cast your vote, even if you're the best little voter that's ever lived, you still have to contend with the fact that numerous states in the country are aggressively pushing voter registration rules that are designed to disenfranchise as many people as possible. That currently there is a candidate that has a very good chance of winning who wants to further disenfranchise as many people as possible. The democracy is dead. Your vote can be a tactic, but it doesn't mean that there's a functioning democracy. Another board person with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Seriously. Thank you so much. Not gonna lie, this election cycle has some hardcore Bubba Hotep energy with less enthusiasm. I haven't figured out who's the mummy yet. Yeah, I know, right? Kenneth Allen Cook says, okay, what we have now may not be good, but it's better than fascist camos. What we have now is what we are talking about. We are talking about what we have now. What we have now is a situation where there is a very good chance that Joe Biden is going to lose because he is sitting on his fucking thumbs, sick with COVID, fucking up every public appearance that he has. He won't move out of the way. The Democratic Party can't turn the boat fast enough, and Donald Trump just had a boost to his numbers and is going crazy, getting millions of dollars from right-wing people who've been empowered under Joe Biden. You are watching what we have now, and what we have now is rotten. What we have now is what is leading us to what is coming, and we have to be cognizant of that. Again, it's like looking down the road and realizing how many potholes are in front of you. Okay. By the way, everyone who's in chat right now, I'm gonna post my own meme. Go check out my funny meme. If you're on Twitter, go check out my funny meme. It's really good. Oh my God, exactly, Killjoy 40K. Killjoy 40K, perfect. Demon Mama, maintenance vote keeps the lights on long enough to unfuck the system at the state level or lower through direct action. I will foot stomp to death that 11 people have caused all of the book bans in 2022, and they just went around touring school boards. It's so important to attend school boards, town halls, and city council meetings. That's not party work, that's local level shit, and if you bring 10 of your local friends, you can actually vote yourselves into these boards. Learn about municipal politics, it's wild. That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about connecting with your community and realizing what political power you can take for yourself. That is not party work. That is not going and door knocking through the Democratic Party. It is saying, here is my situation, the world that I live in, what can I reach out and do? And you are so on point. Thank you. And that's only one way. You want to know another way that you can be hugely impactful? Being a part of mutual aid groups. There is so many people with so many needs that can be met for nothing, okay? We live in a highly extractive system, okay? Everything that you buy has a profit incentive. When people participate in local mutual aid groups, of which there are many, you would be shocked. Almost every area is gonna have one, and starting one is not all that hard. You can hook up with people who are willing to start one and just be the first people willing to go do the work. I'm talking stuff like, an example of one that I myself have participated in was food deliveries during COVID. During COVID, there were a lot of people who could not afford to pay for food delivery, but their lives were busy. They had multiple kids. They were working multiple jobs. They might have been sick. And so mutual aid groups in the area set up these giant Google Sheets that were once they set it up, it was easy to run, and you would say, hey, I'm down to volunteer, and you put your name and your phone number in, and they say, okay, here's the money on Venmo, go to the grocery store and deliver it to this address. You get the money on Venmo, you go to the grocery store, you buy the groceries that are on the list, you take it to the address, you plop it down. And all of a sudden you've cut out danger, potential for sickness, because obviously if you're able to mask up and go safely and drive in your own car, you're not sending somebody with their kids and family into a grocery store. You cut out the cost, you save somebody's life. And that's even the people who weren't getting the, there was a giant fund that was specifically designed to pay for people's food for the people who couldn't pay for the food at all. Denverton Road with the $9.99 super chat. Thank you so much, Denverton. Hey, Demon Mama, I bring all the hope you instill within me to my friend groups, and I can see it grow within them as well. Thanks for all you do. You're very welcome. I will keep doing it for as long as I can, okay? I really will. I'm doing my best. Thank you so much. Thank you for helping make that possible. Killjoy40K says, I plan once my child goes to school to become a literal curse on my municipality. They'll burn sage upon my death in hopes of banishing me from the buildings they hold these meetings in. I want them to know my name and reconsider running because I will make them do their job. That's awesome. I love that energy. Raining Rain says lasagnalove.org. I don't know this org, but I bet it's cool and I think you should look into it. An org that does exactly what Demon Mama's talking about. You can even volunteer to cook if you have the means. That's incredible. Kalen the Zola says, I wish I could help people, but I'm perpetually in the state of being the one needing help and not getting it. Then you're not the one who needs to help. You need to focus on getting yourself stable. That's your mission. You have a mission. Right now, your way of surviving the future is doing everything in your power to get yourself stable. 4.5 years ago, before I started streaming, I was not in a position of stability. Okay? I was in a position of extreme instability. Me and my loved ones, my critters, we were in a rough spot. All of us were. Me and Fawn and Gynotype, and I didn't even know Doe at that time. Doe was struggling on its own in a totally different way. We were all in really rough spots. And slowly and surely, through actions, through making decisions, through taking certain risks and whatever, we were able to wiggle our way into a position of stability. And since then, I've been able to change. You know, now I'm in a position of relative stability, and I'm able to help others to the best of my ability. So you got to take care of yourself and build yourself a network of connections. If you're not getting the help you need, then one of your missions has got to be, hey, you got to build out those connections. Find people who have and are willing to share. Make friendships. Bond with people. We don't go alone. Kalen Nazola says, I'm happy for you. That's not about, I'm not trying to be a success guru. I'm saying that has to be your priority. Your mission right now has to be figuring out how you get stable. And part of that, it sounds like, involves you finding communities and making genuine connections with other people that will make you safer, help you get what you need. Unfortunately, easier said than done, but I appreciate the sentiment. It's not sentiment. It's a simple fact. You know, there's only like, look, everything else that I'm saying here is going to be undermined if you've already given up. If you're at a position where you're saying, oh, you know, I can't do anything anyway, well, yeah, that is gonna be the first brick that is going to set everything else. You have to be able to go, okay, you have to be able to sit down and go, okay, sure, I'm in a rough situation, but it isn't over yet for me. I'm gonna push forward. I'm gonna keep fighting. Why do you think rule number 1, the only order that I ever give to anybody in my community is do not fucking die? I'm not sure you know that it's not that easy, not being sarcastic about that. I don't know what that's even supposed to mean, But I'm not going to indulge this anymore. Like, this is getting mad, weird, and parasocial. So, with all due respect, maybe it's time to just... Maybe it's time to just take a step back, recognize that you are in the chat of a YouTuber, that my power is not unbelievable, and that I am attempting to give people genuine advice that can help them, but that I can't personally intervene in the lives of every random person who comes into my chat. All right. Did I misread that? Well, I'm sorry, but the overall point still stands. Okay. Will you be having another call-in soon? Yeah, we're going to be doing a call-in stream at the end of this month, though I'll be completely honest. I've been doing a lot of, I've been devoting a lot of my time and effort to just kind of like, I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Louis Boy says, thanks to Demon Mama's advice, I got out of my bubble. I searched for a community and found one despite living in a sea of conservative towns in an area with not a lot of people. They helped me find a safe place for my art, and I'm helping them now spread the love with others in my small but strong community. That's what I'm fucking talking about, Louis Boy. That's fucking sick. Kalen, it's fine. It's whatever. You're all good, okay? Just... You're good. I disagreed with some of the ways that things were being framed, and I wanted to make sure that I was communicating my point. But it's all good. There's no bad blood. What are we doing here? We're about to watch some Joe Biden gaffes. You all ready to watch some frickin' Joe Biden gaffes? Because I am. We got an interview to watch. And I want to watch it, and I want to laugh at it, and I want to point out I just want to drive it home, the situation we're in. And then we're going to talk about Joe Biden, or then we're going to talk about the Donald Trump assassination stuff, and then I'm going to talk about LUNACID, and then we'll see where we're at then. Can we watch the RNC instead? No. Why? Why would we watch the RNC? The RNC doesn't matter at all. The RNC is literally, it is a giant jerk-off, literally a giant jerk-off fest for Republican dudes to feel better about themselves, to do a bunch of cocaine, and to hype up Donald Trump. It is it is a giant party of them just jerking off Donald Trump's cock. It's so stupid. There's nothing to even say about it. Because Joe Biden makes me sad. Yeah, well, you want to know what else makes me sad? Watching people Sieg Heil. Okay, we will be talking about that. We will be talking about the Sieg Heiling at the thing. That's a joke, right? No. Well, I'll show you later. But we'll get there. Overdrive says, hey, Demon Mom and the Imps, I'm happy to catch a stream live. Happy to have you. Welcome to the website chat. I just wanted to say thank you, Demon Mama, for putting into words what I'm trying to communicate to my IRL family and friends for years now, and more competently than I ever could. Hey, keep trying at it. You might be able to get there. I'm not that good of a speaker. I just have a lot of practice. Anyway, thank you very, very much, Overdrive. Irascended Kitten with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much for supporting the show. Really means a lot. By the way, if you're watching right now and you got a few extra bucks to spare, consider throwing a few my way. This is my living. I am a viewer-supported show, so tossing just a few bucks as a tip if you're having a good time and enjoying what I have to say really means a lot to me. Irascended Kitten with the $5 super chat, see, supporting the show, says, one thing that I wish is that more groups were more inclusive of night shift workers. I tried to go with my local DSA and it was a total no-go. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. A lot of people work night shifts, so it kind of seems silly that there aren't like other people working around that. Yeah, that's really too bad. I'm sorry about that. I really do wish it was more common. Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. I know I said we weren't going to do RNC stuff, but I have a small RNC thing. Have you guys seen Matt Gaetz? Talk about getting some work done.
Inflation has gotten so bad, you can no longer bribe Democrat senators.
Holy moly. Did he get a facelift?
With cash alone. You have to use gold bars just so the...
Is he doing the Koreanification surgery that Ollie London did? Good Lord.
Inflation has gotten so bad, you can no longer bribe Democrat senators with cash alone. You have to use gold bars.
He literally doesn't look like the same guy. Did they replace him with a fucking body double made out of Legos? Oh my God. Holy moly. That's brutal. He's the pedophile, right? Alleged pedophile with extreme amounts of evidence against him. But yes. Yes, he's the one who got caught paying minors to bring drugs to parties that he was going to with his friends and boasting about it to everybody. The RNC gives a whole new meaning to the word pedocon. Get it?
Bazinga.
All right, everybody, it's time for our next segment. We got more to do. Okay, we got to react. We got to react. It's time. My lovely, lovely imps, we are going to react to a recent NBC News interview with Joe Biden. Now, I was sick for the last week or so, to the degree that I couldn't stream at all. So I missed out on Joe Biden's statements at NATO, such as when he introduced Zelensky as Putin, and when he stated that his vice president was Donald Trump. I missed out on all of that. But thankfully, there was a Joe Biden interview that I'm sure will prove that all of that was just a one-off mistake. Just like all of the one-off mistakes he's been making all month. Just like when he said that he was the first black vice president to the first black president. Sorry, black woman vice president to the first black president. That was just a total one-off. Or when he completely fell asleep on the stage in the middle of the debate and then seemed to have to restart and forget where he was. Or when he said that he beat Medicaid. All of these were just one-offs, and I'm sure there will be no more one-offs in this interview. Now, of course, I should acknowledge, for those who are watching this as a video, that we just recorded a segment talking about how Joe Biden now has COVID. So it is hard to know for sure if he was suffering from COVID at this point. But what I think is obvious and present is, of course, the rise of Mamala. Anyway, let's watch this interview.
Mr. President, thank you for sitting
and
down.
see how it goes. Let's watch it together. We're going to react. Let's have a good time, hopefully.
This is a lot to talk about. I'd like to start with the horrible events of last weekend. It has shocked a lot of Americans. A political rally, your opponent, Donald Trump, shot in the middle of greeting his supporters. You spoke to Mr. Trump afterward. Can you give me a sense of that conversation?
Very cordial. I told him how concerned I was and wanted to make sure I knew how he was actually doing. He sounded good. He said he was fine. And he thanked me for calling him. I told him he was literally in the prayers of Jill and me. And I hope his whole family was weathering this.
You were in Delaware when this happened. What was your first reaction?
My first reaction was, my God, this is, look.
It's actually funny. We know what his first reaction was, which is a reporter asked him, have you heard what happened to Donald Trump? And he said, no, and then walked away. That was actually his first reaction, which was pretty good. Let's go.
So much violence now, or the way we talk about it. I mean, the whole notion that there is this, there's no place at all for violence in politics in America. None. Zero. And we've reached a point where it's become too commonplace, not assassinations, but to talk about it. For example, you know, the January 6th, you know, the attack on the Capitol. Lester, I got in this race.
I was just thinking that. Femboyo says, of course, unless it's state violence. Yeah, of course. The state claims that it has the right to do violence and that that's therefore not political. But of course it is definitionally political. The state wreaks political violence upon our lives perpetually. And Donald Trump is currently promising to do even more of it. But yeah, a bunch of claptrap, of course, but yeah.
Early on in 2020, for the 2020 race, I wasn't going to run again because I lost my son. I didn't feel it. And until I watched what happened in Charlottesville, Virginia. Those folks coming out of the woods with torches, carrying swastikas, singing the same Nazi bile that was accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan, and a young woman was killed.
It's funny, he used almost the exact same wording in the debate. Joe Biden lately has really had a very tight collection of practiced lines. He says this thing, it'll be like Charlottesville, carrying torches, the exact bile of the Nazis. He uses that exact wording
It's very canned and weird, but he still can't even get it out. Even as canned as it is, he doesn't finish the sentences.
And I was a bystander. And the president, then president, was asked, what do you think? He said, they're very fine people on both sides.
So keep in mind, this question was about, like, what are your thoughts about the assassination and what's your reaction? And Joe Biden is now sort of rambling off about Charlottesville. And I think the point that he's trying to make is that, like, Donald Trump has been encouraging this type of behavior the entire time, which is, of course, extremely true. Donald Trump has been like the #1 cheerleader for deranged political violence in America, you know, since he came onto the scene. You know, the very fine people is what we're about to get, but of course, him telling the the Proud Boys to stand by, that kind of stuff has been. That's just from the top. You know, that's just from his level. Not to mention the stuff that he does at, like, rallies. You know, like where he'll talk about, like where he makes jokes about, like, the shit that happened to Pelosi's husband, or the stuff that he outright promises to do as president. Yeah, you know, whatever.
I'd find people on both sides.
The point was that I think that's what Joe Biden is trying to say, but I don't really know where he's it doesn't seem like he's fully constructing the argument.
No excuse, zero.
Well, let's talk about the conversation this has started, and it's really about language, what we say out loud and the consequences of those. You called your opponent an existential threat on a call a week ago. You said it's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about focus on. Look, the truth.
He didn't say crosshairs either. Do you see what I mean about this being canned? Like, he was told, if they say crosshairs, make sure to counter it. But he said, we can just go back here, look.
It's time to put Trump in the bullseye. There's some dispute about the context, but I think you appreciate that.
I didn't say crosshairs. I was talking about.
And then he says, I didn't say crosshairs, but neither did he.
Focus on. Look, the truth of the matter was what I guess I was talking about.
This was very disingenuous of Lester Holt. Yeah, it was, but still, like, even still, Joe Biden bungled it. It is a disingenuous thing. Like, Joe Biden was talking in an unrelated context about, like, focusing on like, we gotta focus on Trump. We gotta make sure we talk about his lies or something. But it's like, obviously, it's bullshit to believe that, like, these are the same things. And of course, like, now we know that the guy was a Republican, so he was a pissed off Republican and not, you know, a Democrat anyway, but, you know, whatever.
At the time was.
Anyway.
There's very little focus on Trump's agenda.
Yeah, the term is bullseye.
It was a mistake to use the word. I didn't say crosshairs. I meant bullseye. I meant focus on him. Focus.
See, he's doing it again. Nobody said crosshair. People said, who said that? Who said crosshair? Joe Biden keeps saying crosshair, but nobody said crosshair.
Focus on what he's doing. Focus on his policies. Focus on the number of lies he told in the debate. Focus. I mean, there's a whole range of things that, look, I'm not the guy that said, I want to be a dictator on day one. I'm not the guy that refused to accept the outcome of the election.
This, by the way, this I'm not the guy thing is like one of the most pathetic rhetorical tactics. Joe Biden does this now at every public appearance. He's like, I'm not the guy who said grab him by the pussy. I'm not the guy who did this. It's like, then who are you? You are an empty shell who keeps falling asleep. It's such a terrible tactic. I don't know why he's doing that. Like, where is the positive message for Joe Biden? It's literally just, we talk about Trump all the time. Joe Biden, I know where it is, and I'm gonna predict it, okay? He's gonna rattle off that he made NATO stronger, and he's gonna rattle off that he made insulin $35. It's stuff that he claims that he did that may or may not actually have an impact because of the rulings that just came out of the Supreme Court, and then zero actual meaningful promises for his next campaign whatsoever. Zero actual hard, concrete plan to defeat Donald Trump and prevent him from abusing power. If you're here's the other crazy part that we haven't even touched on that much in talking about this. Joe Biden is the current sitting president, and he's going up against somebody whose party and who is himself promised to undermine democracy. If you are the ruling president, you have a job to do something about that. You are the head of the Democratic government that Donald Trump and Project 2025 are threatening to undermine forever. You have a job to do. And yet he's not fucking doing it. He's saying, you gotta vote for me and donate to me. Anyway, he's a dog-faced pony soldier. So stupid. Just where are we?
I'm not the guy who said that one accept the outcome of this election.
I'm not the guy. We know. We know you're not. We know you're not the guy. It's time.
When you win. And so the focus was on what he's saying, and I mean the idea.
But have you taken a step back and done a little soul searching on things that you may have said that could incite people who are not balanced?
Insane thing to say. I'm gonna give this one to Grandpa Joe. Moronic thing to say. Absolutely stupid thing for this interviewer to say. That one is given a point to BlueAnon, by the way. The BlueAnoners going, see, it's a media trap. They're trying to take down Joe. No, that's fuel for BlueAnon right there. But honestly, I know I said I was gonna give one to Grandpa Joe. He should respond immediately by being like, what the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? That should be Joe Biden's response. It's a matter of the public record how deranged Donald Trump's rhetoric is. Joe Biden he's the most lazy milquetoast baby president that you can imagine rhetorically. Joe Biden gets up there and goes, you're a real mean one, Jack. You're a bit of a loser. I don't like you. And Donald Trump is like, we're gonna get revenge. They're bringing in Hannibal Lecter. They're gonna cut you up. You wanna stand there and let them cut you up? Eat you for dinner? It's like, come on, holy moly.
Well, I don't think, look.
Oh, come on.
How do you?
That's his response to the most stupid, asinine question that he's ever been asked? Is, well, I don't know, Jack, maybe.
Talk about the threat to democracy, which is real, when a president says things like he says. Do you just not say anything because it may incite somebody? Look, I have not engaged in that rhetoric. Now, my opponent is engaged in that rhetoric. He talks about there'll be a bloodbath if he loses.
Exactly.
Talking about how he's going to.
Where's the energy, Joe? Knock it out of the park. You should have been unironically offended by that. I was offended by that question, and I'm not Joe Biden, obviously.
Forgive all the, actually, I guess suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out.
Can we take that one again? I'm sorry. Can we take that again? I was not following that. Hold on.
Talking about how he's going to forgive all the, actually, I guess, suspend the sentences of all those who were arrested and sentenced to go to jail because of what happened in the Capitol. I'm not out there making fun.
Bro.
Of, like, remember the picture of Donald Trump when Nancy Pelosi's husband was hit with a hammer, talking about, joking about it?
This doesn't sound like you're turning down the heat, though. You've talked about the.
No. Look, what I'm turning down, we have to stop the whole notion that there are certain things that are contrary to our democracy that we're for. The idea of saying that I didn't win the election, when every court in the land, 120 appeals said, and including this conservative Supreme Court, said we won. The idea of having a...
Yeah, this guy is really working against Joe here. And honestly, I think it's pathetic, frankly. But also, Joe Biden should be able to call it for what it is. If let's just close our eyes and go into the world of imagination for a second. If we go into the world of imagination, if this was Donald Trump in this interview, who Joe Biden is currently running against and needs to defeat, if this was Donald Trump, he'd be like, "How dare you say that, Lester? You're doing me dirty. How dare you? How dare you? I won't even justify that. That's terrible. You know that's a dishonest question. You know it. You're a filthy media hack." That's what Donald Trump would do. But Joe Biden's just like, "Oh, hold on a second. I was trying to turn down the heat. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I didn't mean to turn up the heat. Anyway, I gotta take a nap."
A loyalty pledge from all the folks who are in Republican MAGA, not all Republicans, the MAGA Republicans, saying that no, we lost the election.
Listen, my Trump impression is way off right now. I can just own that, okay? And it's because my voice has been destroyed for over a week, so you'll have to forgive me.
I mean, the people say,
So what can you and what will you do, at least things you can control, to lower down the temperature, the rhetoric out?
The temperature, okay, this is such a stupid question. The shooter was a fucking Republican, you dumb shit. What do you mean turn down the temperature? Donald Trump made his own party so pissed at him that they took shots at him. What do you fucking mean turn down the temperature? Actual moron. Genuine moron. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm giving Joe Biden the tiniest grain, even though he's clearly completely out of his mind in this interview. This interviewer is a genuine moron.
There.
Continue to talk about the things that
Lester Holt, more like Jester Dolt.
matter to the American public. It matters whether or not you accept the outcome of elections. It matters whether or not you, for example, talk about how you're going to deal with the border instead of talking about people as being vermin. And I mean, those things matter. That's the kind of language that is inflammatory.
Mr. President, you've been in politics a very long time, so let's speak frankly. We're all adults here. Has this shooting changed the trajectory of this race?
I don't know, and you don't know either.
I don't know, but have you...
What is that response? I don't know. You don't know. Terrible response from Joe Biden. Has this shooting changed the trajectory?
Something you've given thought to?
No, I've thought less about the trajectory of the case than two things. One, what his health is, that was secure, number one. And number two...
Okay, can I just bring up something? It's insane to me that the Democrats simultaneously say that Trump is Hitler, and then they're like, we wish him the best, we want him to be really healthy. They're like, yes, he's a dictator trying to take over America, kill immigrants and trans people, but, you know, we really want to make sure he's okay. Like, they could just... If Democrats had a real soul, it makes them look bad, okay? Have you ever, you know, okay, to normies, okay, it makes them look bad. Normies do not like it when they feel like you're being dirty and dishonest. If you talk to a fucking normal person, okay, but normal people might not be the most politically savvy people in the world, okay? But a normal person has a certain social instinct. If you spend all your time talking about how one of the people who lives on your street is the most evil person in the world, and you think they might be a serial killer, and then they stub their toe and you go, I hope their toe gets better. I really hope they're feeling better. My sincerest apologies. Every person, every normal person on the planet goes, what the hell are you talking about? You were just saying you thought that guy was a serial killer. Now you want his toe to get better? The answer for the Dems would have been to go, we condemn violence, but we don't know the facts about the case. We condemn violence, but we don't know the facts about the case. And then when it came out that he was a Republican, the Dems should have gone all cylinders, going, this is what your hateful party breeds. Can you not see that the hateful rhetoric that the Republican Party puts out creates Republicans that try and shoot you? And they're not. They're just sitting here going, terrible. It makes you look like an evil person to be like, I wish Hitler well. That makes you a bad person. And people can see that. You don't have to be a Trump supporter to watch Dems go, Donald Trump is the most evil person to ever step into the White House, but we really want him to feel better. We hope his tummy stops hurting. It's deranged. It's so stupid. It just shows you how disconnected from normal human function these people are. They divorce themselves from human emotion and human sensibility. I don't know. If there's somebody who's deeply wronged me, okay, somebody who hurt me and abused me, and something bad happens to them, the normal human emotion is to go, got what fucking coming to you, asshole. That's the normal human behavior. If you have a person who ruined your life, who threatens to kill you, and something bad happens to them, you go, damn, you had it coming. Sucks to be you, asshole. That's what normal people do. They don't go, I wish you well. I truly wish you well. I hope you get better so that you can go back to attacking me and persecuting me. So stupid.
What happens from here on in terms of the kind of coverage that the president and vice president and former president and new vice president get in terms of, look, I've never seen a circumstance where you ride through certain.
Overdrive says, I'm an anarchist, but my family and some of my friends who I had since school are liberals, up to even conservatives in my family. And Demon Mom is 100% correct. They don't like this I hope you get better bullshit. Everybody knows it's bullshit. It comes off as bullshit when you can go, and by the way, people believe the Dems. That's the one thing that the Dems have going for them, is that people do believe them when they say, Donald Trump is basically Hitler. They're like, seas of normies go, yeah, he kind of is like Hitler. It's kind of crazy the shit that he said. So they believe the Dems, and then the Dems go, yeah, but we want him to get better as soon as possible so that we can help, so that he can go and take over and continue doing Hitler shit. It's insane. They just don't know they don't know what humans behave and feel anymore. Oh my God. So stupid.
Rural areas of the country, people have signs there, big Trump signs with middle signs saying F Biden, and the little kid standing there putting up his middle finger. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that is just inflammatory and a kind of viciousness. It's a very different thing than to say, look, I really disagree with the way he takes care of taxes, the way he wants a $5 trillion tax cut for people who are making a lot of money next time around. Doesn't focus.
He's doing it again. What are you talking about?
On working class people.
But those are policy issues, and our history is a country that can thoroughly hash out those issues.
And if you notice, what do I talk about with him? The policy issues where he's dividing the country. The policy issues that relate to democracy.
Another question, if I can, about Saturday. Of course, the former president was wounded. One of his supporters died. A couple more people were seriously injured. Was this a massive security failure?
I have had 2 meetings in the Situation Room with all the intelligence communities, the FBI, Secret Service, et cetera, and I've asked for a totally independent analysis, and we'll see what happens.
One of the reports from the event claimed that a Secret Service guy climbed up to the roof and saw the guy with the gun, and then immediately climbed back down because he got scared, basically. He retreated. And that allowed the shooter to get the shot off that hit Trump. Now, we're going to have to see if that's verified by a third-party analysis, but that's actually crazy. Oh, was it a police officer? Sorry, police officer, not Secret Service. That's genuinely insane. That, like, the police officer whose job it is to stop this was like, oh, better go back down. Guy got the shots off. Deranged. Just, again, we live in the most wild and strange timeline right now. Anything is possible over the next few weeks. The veil between the dream world and the real is thin.
That comes back.
Do you have confidence in the Secret Service? Do you feel safe?
I feel safe with the Secret Service, but look, and you saw what we did see was the Secret Service who responded risked their lives in responding. They're ready to give their lives to the president. The question is, should they have anticipated what happened? should they have done what they needed to do to prevent this from happening? That's a question that's an open question.
Is it acceptable that you have still not heard, at least publicly, from the Secret Service director?
Well, I've heard from them.
But have you heard from her publicly?
Publicly, I've sat down in a situation room downstairs.
This is such a stupid question. Like, did Lester Holt hit his head before this interview? He's like, maybe he's trying to match Biden's energy, but that's like such a stupid question. Is it concerning that the Secret Service head hasn't said anything publicly? No, I talked to her privately. Okay, yeah, but what about publicly? What? He just said we talked about it in private. The fuck?
The Secret Service, the FBI, the national security agencies, the Homeland Security, all the major elements. And there's two pieces of this too. And it's not an excuse, it's just an explanation. There's a major piece of this relates to domestic, local law enforcement. They play a large role. And so there's the different I'm not saying they weren't competent either. I'm just saying it's a complicated process. And what has changed, by the way, Lester, is, you know me, I like to meet people. I like to walk out, shake hands, move, look at people in the eye, see what they're thinking. It's really curtailed that ability on my part and everybody's part. And so, because
I like to go out, shake hands, meet people, breathe on them, have them breathe on me.
There's a heightened notion that when you say there's nothing wrong with going to the Capitol.
Oh yeah, real quick question. How many people do you think Joe Biden has personally infected with COVID? Did you see that he wasn't even wearing a mask while he was going on the plane to leave the event because it came out that he had COVID? And he was just like blasting his breath all over every person nearby. By the way, there's this thing that I've seen a couple of people talking about, that Joe Biden is just like a phenomenally selfish individual, like in all of his actions. And I think I believe that, like, not just politically. Like, obviously, I've talked about him being selfish and narcissistic politically, but I mean interpersonally. I believe the idea that Joe Biden is just a massive selfish piece of shit. The fact that he shows up late to every single event, literally every event, and we've heard that he's late to all of the events that he goes to in private as well. The fact he shows up an hour late to every event just makes people sit there waiting. He won't even put on a mask and is just blasting his COVID positive breath all over all of his loyal workers. A horrible look, giant, pathetic, egocentric piece of shit. Just pathetic.
Breaking in, threatening people, a couple cops dying, hanging up, putting up a noose, a gallows for the former vice president, and somehow and then you say you're going to forgive people for that? You're going to pardon them? That was just a normal response? That is not. I have my entire career voted against and railed against and moved against the idea of violence is never appropriate. Never, 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 never in politics.
All right, I want to ask you about some other developing news today, if I can. Judge Cannon dismissed the documents case, as you may have heard, in Mar-a-Lago. Can I first get your reaction to that?
I'm not surprised. It comes from the immunity decision the Supreme Court ruled on, and
extremely weak response, by the way, saying, "Oh, I'm not surprised." The Supreme Court made a immunity ruling that completely and utterly undermines any chance at meaningful justice in this country, that essentially declares the president as a de facto king. And his response is, "No, I'm not surprised." Dude, what are you are the current president. What are you doing to stop that? That's one of the things that truly drives me crazy. The Chevron decision, going through it all, that should, in any other time, that in and of itself would represent a constitutional crisis in America. It would represent the complete discarding of the illusion of democratic rule. The fact that presidents can basically do whatever they want and never face any personal repercussions for it, that they are just immune. Insane thing. And it just tells you how bad things have gotten. Like, we haven't even had time to sit down and do a whole section on Chevron because there's been so much derangement. But it really does speak to just how far, just how far the rot has gone. It's incredible.
Clarence Thomas, in his dissent, said that independent prosecutors appointed by the Attorney General aren't legit. That's the basis on which this judge moved to dismiss. And, but I had an independent prosecutor look at me. They spent months on my going through, and I was totally cooperative, in and out of my house. I've never, I don't know, the last.
Dude, no one cares. He's literally doing I'm not the guy again. Why are you talking about how you laid down and took it when they went after you and not saying how insane it is that they've just ruled that the president is basically a king and that you have no plan? Dude, what the fuck, dude?
Time in, there were like 10, 12 agents in my house for 9 hours unaccompanied, going through every single thing I had. That's appropriate. And they looked at me and concluded I didn't do a damn thing wrong. But my generic point is that it's, well.
Bruh?
Do a damn thing wrong. But my generic point is that it's, well, the basis upon which the case was thrown out, I find specious because I don't agree with Clarence Thomas.
Every second of this, that Kamala laugh is just echoing through my mind. They've got to get him out. It has to happen, right? Like, this is deranged.
Dissent and/or the Supreme Court decision on immunity.
In light of this decision, the delay in the Georgia case, the Supreme Court decision on immunity, which you referenced, the former president has seen a series of legal wins recently. You have actively campaigned on his legal woes. Can you do anything like that anymore?
Sure. I can talk about what I think is appropriate. I think the Supreme Court made a terrible decision. I think the justices he appointed have, in fact, been the most conservative, and I would argue, if you survey constitutional scholarship, they seem out of touch with what the founders intended.
Before this violent turn of events over the weekend, the talk, as you know, was about you and your future, if you should stay in the race. Your allies, James Clyburn, Nancy Pelosi, have kind of put it out there that they're waiting for your decision, giving you time to make your decision. What I hear from you is that you made your decision. Are you still comfortable in that decision? Has anything changed in the last several days?
No.
What do you make of?
He's got COVID now. What, like 2 days later? This was from what, 2 days ago? Yeah, 2 days ago. Now he's got COVID too. I want you, by the way, we should just talk about the fact he's going to be off the campaign trail during the most important part of his campaign. And now he's got COVID. We have no idea how long he'll be out of commission. He could be out of commission for the next month. A month of not being able to campaign at all in the middle of the most important election of our lives. But you want to know who can campaign?
People like Nancy Pelosi, though, who seem to be of the opinion that there is a window for you to make this choice. What aren't they getting?
Look, we knew this was going to be a close race from the moment he announced.
No, we did not. No, it wasn't. It was not close when he announced. It was not fucking close at all. Joe Biden was fucking lapping him when Donald Trump first announced. It was never going to be close. It should have never been close. It became close starting in October. That's when it started to get close because Joe Biden pissed off his entire youth vote. Joe Biden demonstrated that he was willing to engage in monstrous foreign policy. That's when it started to get close. And then it started to get really close when he kept fucking up in public. And then it became dangerous when he had the debate. That's when it became inarguable. But it's been a long time, okay? And it wasn't. This should have been the easiest win for him ever. The fucking Republicans don't even believe that the vote matters anymore. And he's telling me he was fucking close since the beginning? No, it wasn't. This is BS. This is why we have the no gaslighting zone. Because the Dems are constantly fucking flipping off the gaslights. They're trying to get you to think that you're crazy, as if you didn't see it with your own frickin' eyes. And no, it wasn't close at all. He bungled it. I talked about it in real time. You can go watch my coverage, my historical coverage in real time. You can watch me talking about every single point that this bitch bungled it. Dropping the bag.
The idea that we are in a situation where, if you look at all the polling data shows a lot of different things, but there's no wide gap between us. It's essentially a toss-up race. And
it should not be a toss-up race against the least popular president ever. It should not be even close. The fact that it is speaks that you're the only person who could lose to Donald Trump. And now you might have made it impossible for anyone to beat Donald Trump because you dragged your frickin' feet and are still dragging it now. That he's posting, "I'm thick, ooh woo," on Twitter right now.
I think one of the arguments that get made, you have the most successful presidency of any president in modern history, maybe since Franklin Roosevelt. Passed more
Kalen the Zola says, "COVID, take the wheel, take it to his lungs. We don't need to win no more. 'Cause they're going home, Trump back in the White House. I'm sick, ooh, woo, hoo, hoo."
Legislation no one thought could get done. We're able to put together consensus. We're able to unite NATO. We're able to deal in foreign policy. Why don't you just decide to rest on those laurels? And the answer is because the job's not finished.
Do you feel like you've weathered the storm on this issue of whether you should be on the ticket or not?
Look, 14 million people voted for me to be the nominee in the Democratic Party. Okay? I listen to them.
In your last TV interview, you were asked if you had watched the
loud swallow there really nailed it home.
Listen to them.
In your last TV
That was Lester. That was Lester's loud swallow.
interview, you were asked if you had watched the debate. Your answer was, "I don't think so, no." Have you since seen it?
I've seen pieces of it. I've not watched the whole debate.
And the reason I ask, because I guess the question is, are you all on the same page? Are you seeing what they saw, which was moments of, frankly, that appeared to be, you appeared to be confused?
Lester, look, why don't you guys ever talk about the 28 lies he told?
Is it 18 or is it 28? That's 10. That's a difference of 10 lies. What do you mean 18 to 28 lies? Is it 18 or is it 28? Which fucking number is it?
Where are
Why do they use that line? Why does he have these shitty canned lines? Who's giving this to him? Someone has to be telling him, okay, say 18 to 28. Why 18 to 28? The fuck? Am I going crazy? This is why, this is what it's just,
on this. Why didn't the press ever talk about that? 28 times it's confirmed he lied in that debate. I had a
Look, Lester, look.
bad night. I wasn't feeling well at all. And I had been, without it making it, I screwed up.
Do you remember? Oh, I didn't even I forgot to even talk about the NATO thing where he started whispering, where he was like, "You don't got him. You don't know who it is. It could be anybody. It could be anybody. But you don't got it. It's just me. Who did that? I did that. I did that. It was me."
But
I just asked the question because the idea that
Does anybody have, if anybody can find me just the clip of him doing the whispering, I'll play it right now. It was deranged.
you may or may not have seen what some of these other folks have seen. You're not on the same.
I'd have to see. I was there.
What is he doing? What is
It's a question
going on?
because the idea that you may or may not have seen what some of these other folks have seen. You're not on the same.
I'd have to see. I was there. I'd have to see it. I was there. And by the way, seriously, you won't answer the question, but why didn't the press talk about all the lies he told?
Well,
I didn't know anything about that.
We have reported many of the issues that
No,
came up
you
during
haven't.
that debate.
No, you haven't.
We'll provide you with
the
them.
truth is they did. They did talk about that. In fact, they talked about it quite a lot. We watched them talking about the lies. We watched the Democrat side of things try to be, he lied so much, but Joe Biden, you shit the bed. But can you guys, we gotta, he shouldn't have shit the bed against that many lies. They talked about him. Oh my God, is this the whisper? Oh, we got the whisper. We got the whisper right here. Oh boy.
Got them $1.9 trillion relief so far. They're going to be getting checks in the mail that are consequential this week for childcare. A lot has been happened already.
Wait,
Number
is this the one from recently? No, this is an old one. So he's been doing the whisper thing more recently, but it's not this first time. This isn't the recent one though. Where's the, hold on, NATO Biden whisper. Let's see. Here we go.
But first, Joe Biden is desperately fighting to keep his presidential
Oh
candidacy.
God, this has stupid commentary on it. Joe Biden's creepy whisper. Here we go.
Joe Biden's familiar creepy.
This one was from 5 days ago. This is probably the one. Here we go. This is it. This is the one right here. This is the one from recently.
President in history. Not a joke. And guess what? We had the Treasury Department do a study. When unions do better, everybody does better. Everybody does better.
Joe Biden then went on.
I think he did it twice because I saw a different clip. Is it this one?
I love my staff, but they add things. Add things all the time.
Joe Biden then.
In the race.
No, unless they came back and said, there's no way you can win.
This was the one I saw.
Me. No one's saying that. No poll says that.
That was the one I saw. So he did it 3 times at the NATO event, at least. Oh, man. All right.
God
No, but you can't find it. They won't do it.
love you.
Okay. President Obama put out a statement after the debate, but we have reported many of the issues that
No,
came up
you
during
haven't.
that debate.
No, you haven't.
We'll provide you with them.
God love you.
Okay. President Obama put out a statement after the debate, but should he
really, he's in this, when he's bent over like this, he's really given Mr. Burns energy. Like, doesn't he just come off as like, just like a manifestation of Mr. Burns?
issues that
No,
came up
you
during
haven't.
that debate?
No, you haven't.
We'll provide you with them.
God love you.
Okay. President Obama put out a statement after the debate, but should he and Michelle Obama be doing more to express their confidence in you?
No, they're helping me. They've helped me from the beginning. This is my job to get this done.
Have you talked to him recently about this?
I haven't talked to him in a couple weeks.
Have you talked to him since this issue came to light, since the debate?
I don't think, I may have. I don't think so.
Who do you listen to on Deep?
I may have. You don't remember if you talked to Obama since this, on this particular issue?
Personal issues like the decisions whether to stay in the race or not.
Me. Look.
I'm sorry, hold on.
Personal issues like the decisions whether to stay. Who do you listen to on?
Who do you listen to on deeply personal issues? Me.
Deeply.
Case in point for what I was saying just a few minutes ago about him being a deeply selfish and egocentric person.
Personal issues like the decisions
Deranged
whether to stay in the
response.
race or not.
Me. Look, I've been doing this a long time.
Oh my
The idea
God.
that I'm the
He admitted.
old guy. I am. I'm old. But I'm only 3 years older than Trump, number one. And number two, my mental acuity's been pretty damn good. I've gotten more done than any president has in a long, long time, in 3.5 years. So I'm willing to be judged on that. I understand why people say, God, he's 81 years old. Whoa, what's he gonna be when he's 83 years old or 84 years old? It's a legitimate question to ask.
I want to ask you about, just shortly before you and I sat down, former President Trump named his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance.
Oh, boy.
What does that tell you, his qualities, what does that tell you about former President Trump's values in terms of who he will surround himself with in a next administration should he win?
Well,
We haven't even talked about J.D. Vance yet. I don't know if we're going to have time to do that tonight. We'll see.
it's not unusual. He's gonna surround himself with people who agree completely with him. Have a voting record, I support him. Even though if you go back and listen to the things that J.D. Vance said about Trump.
Well, he said some things about you, yeah.
Oh, no, well, he said something about me, but see what he said about Trump. What's with you guys?
He did, J.D. Vance did say that Trump was Hitler.
Come on, man. Look,
But that's actually, I think that I tend to agree with the analysis that actually works in Trump's favor, because it gives the extremely weak but nonetheless present illusion that Donald Trump was able to take in and win over someone who was a former critic. That actually plays well for Trump. I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't think that J.D. Vance is going to convince new people to be on Donald Trump's side, but it doesn't actually matter that he was critical in the past, at all, basically.
the point I'm making is that J.D. Vance has adopted the same policies, no exceptions on abortion, making sure that he supports the new $5 trillion tax cut that Trump wants to give in the next administration, signing on to the whole notion of whether or not he says there's no climate change happening. I mean, he signed on to the Trump agenda, which he should if he's running.
J.D. Vance wants to ban porn. Insane. He formally said that. He believes that they should ban porn on a federal level. America, land of the free, federal porn ban.
Trump.
Okay.
Mr. Trump has said he's giving you a chance.
But that's the type of stuff, though, that Kamala could run against. They could say that, here's what they need to say. Obviously, Kamala can't stand up and say that he wants to ban porn. But Kamala could point up and say, look at his history. He believes in undoing the First Amendment. He wants to ban freedom of expression in America, and he wants to target women. That's what Kamala could be doing right now. Right now, Kamala. If only we could listen to her call.
To redeem yourself, basically the idea of engaging in another debate.
An underground illegal porn market would make a killing, though? Yeah, but it's also going to hurt a lot of people. Because discoverability will get fucking crushed. We can talk about that in the future. The fact of the matter is, I'm definitely not making any fucking ad revenue from this damn stream now because I've said too many... In this stream, I've said so many danger words. God damn it. Every day with this. Why do I do this? Why do I do this to myself?
You're going to have one in September that's on the books. Would you be open to doing one in the next few weeks?
I'm going to debate him when we agreed to debate, and I'm going to debate him in September.
But if the opportunity came up to do one between now and then, is there a sense of wanting to get back on the horse?
I'm on the horse. Where have you been? I've done 22 major events. Met thousands of people, overwhelming crowds, a lot.
Hey, we finally got a spark of energy. 17 minutes and 20 seconds into the interview.
I'm on the horse. What I'm doing is going out and demonstrating to the American people that I have command of all my faculties, that I don't need notes, I don't need teleprompter. I can go out and...
Dude, that is so untrue. You messed up on the teleprompters. That is the most false statement I've ever heard.
Answer any questions at all. And I stood there when NATO was in town. I stood there for an hour and answered questions.
If you were to continue to run and be officially nominated, what happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happens if another?
Yeah, what happens if nominated? What happens if you have another episode like we saw during the debate?
What happens if another?
Yeah,
What happened? That might be his Aribadoot. We got Wahamana and Aribadoot.
What happens if you have another performance on that level?
I don't plan on having another performance on that level.
All right. Mr. President, it's always good to talk to you, good to see you. Thank you for making some time for us.
Sometimes come and talk to me about what we should be talking about.
All right.
Okay, the issues.
Always happy to talk.
Thanks for watching. Stay out.
Deranged. A deranged interview. Incredible that this is what we've got. This is what the Dems have for us right now. Well, they could have one other thing. Anyway, listen, look, anyway, if you enjoyed the video, make sure that you comment down below. Let me know what you think. Do you think Biden's completely cooked? Do you think he'll get out of the way at long last? Do you think Mamala will finally rise? And also, please, make sure that you like the video. It's 100% free to like the video, and it helps us a lot. Thanks for watching. Okay. All right. So, we have more to talk about. We have to talk about the Trump assassination, and then I want to do a little gaming segment talking about a game that I think you should play. So don't go anywhere. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to play you a banger tune. If you've never heard the bathroom song as covered by Calliope Rave, you're in for a treat. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Hey, that demon mama has to go to the bathroom to listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. Streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Demon Mama bathroom song. It's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and stay on most while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but distracted. So don't you fret, my little list, cause I wrote this pack down to give you something bobbing while she's taking the break. Jesus fucking Christ. Can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door.
Quick, yeah, you know.
Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little.
Oh, love that! I love that. I love the.
Okay, you're done fucking with me now.
Yo, Bennifer, thank you so much! Thank you so much!
Do we need to call a doctor? Within your phone, the stream's still running. Song's over. Stop. Somebody.
Like and subscribe.
Incredible. Beautiful. My favorite part, I think, in the entire song.
Jesus fucking Christ. Can someone go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door. Lock the door. She doesn't lock the door. She locks the door. Need a little.
This part right here. Bum, 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 bum. The Amogus in there is just so magical. This is a, I don't know what this is exactly called in music, but it's where like, there's like the former instruments all drop out and there's like a, I don't know if it's like a bridge or what. I don't know the formal term for it, but I love that. I love when you get like the instruments all drop out and it slows down for a second, and then you get the part that comes in is the Way of the Mackerel mixed with the Among Us sound. Incredible, just beautiful. Interlude. That's a good call. That's probably it. It's usually called a breakdown. I thought the breakdown is when it goes like. It like blows up, right? Like it gets like the rhythm super changes and it goes really hard. Like I thought that was like or maybe that's like a drop. I don't know. I don't know music terminology. I love the Soul of Cinder boss theme. I love that one. It's so good. Okay. Okay, everybody. All right. Okay. It's a bridge. Bridge sounds correct. Oh, you might be right. I don't know what the right term is. I wish I knew. Maybe I should learn. I probably could learn. I probably should learn, in fact. All right, we ready to talk about another big political issue? I miss Bathologic. It's been a while since we've heard Bathologic. We can play the Bathologic one. It has been a while. It really has been a while. That's this one.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break.
No way, Jimmy Pineapple. This one is fire.
Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam a mirth while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break.
Calliope, it's amazing. We absolutely love your
It's been a bit
bathroom
since
rave.
Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bopping while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Lemmy! That's so cute!
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
This remix is a mashup of the bathroom song and the Pathologic 1 main menu theme done by community member and OG imp Elak Kaval. OG imp Elak Kaval. It's sick, right? It's sick as hell. I thought it sounded like menu music. Yeah, it's a mashup. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Okay. All right. Okay, everybody. All right, we got to do this. We got to keep the energy going. We have more to do. We have more to do. We got to do this. All right, let's do this. Sorry, I was reading something about Joe Biden and it made me go, Jesus fucking Christ. We got to do this. We got to do this, though. All right, everybody. My lovely imps. I want to talk about the aftermath of the Donald Trump assassination attempt. As you know, I am not a news channel, and obviously I was sick during the time that the assassination went down, so I couldn't come on stream to talk about it at all. However, I'm better now, and it's a perfect time to look back and talk about the aftermath of the whole situation. So the basic facts are, during a rally in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, okay, hold on, I gotta start this over again. I'm sorry, I don't know what, I heard something from downstairs and it made me laugh. I really shouldn't be laughing at the very beginning of this segment. Me just sitting there laughing like a fucking psychopath over Okay, hold on. We're gonna start that over again. Hold on a second. Let me get it out of my system. Okay. That's just particularly bad faith. It's over, folks. My brain is cooked too. Oh, man. No, he didn't, Kenneth Allen Cook. No, he didn't get what he deserved. He didn't. Mother Mir said, thank you so much for supporting the show. By the way, for those watching, thank you to everyone who's supported. But if you have not supported, please consider supporting the show tonight. There is absolutely no chance this stream is not going to get demonetized due to the subject matters being every single subject matter that gets demonetized on YouTube. So your donations are more important than ever because that's the way that I'm going to be able to pay my team for this stream and myself for this stream. So if you haven't ever donated to the show, please consider donating. And if you got a couple bucks on you, consider throwing it in through the website, through Patreon, or through YouTube. Any of them would be wonderful. Anyway, thank you very much. Okay. All right. Okay. I think I can do this now. My lovely, lovely imps. Today, we're going to talk a little bit about the aftermath of the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. I was sick during the time that this news broke, and so I was not able to react to it live. And I'm not really a news channel per se anyway. So I thought this would be a perfect opportunity for us to sort of look back on everything that happened and where things are going from here, how it's affected the landscape, and also some of the reactions that we saw to it, and some of the major topics that people are talking about in the aftermath of such a wild event and shocking event. So just to get the basic facts out of the way, Donald Trump was at a rally in Pennsylvania, and a lone gunman opened fire, striking Trump in the ear, and also killing one member of the crowd and injuring two others before the police and Secret Service killed the gunman. So the person who did it is dead. We now know what his identity is. His name was Thomas Matthew Crooks. Let me just make sure I pronounced that correctly. I wanted to say Cooks, but no, it's Crooks. Thomas Matthew Crooks is the identity of the killer. He was a very young man, a longtime Republican, as in multiple years, long Republican, and it appears that information that was released today seems to indicate that he was struggling with a pretty severe form of depression, and perhaps may have seen this as the ideal opportunity to commit suicide by cop, basically, while, you know, gaining the national eye. Of course, it is hard to know for sure, and more information may come out, but that appears to be the situation. When the event happened, the reactions were understandably incredibly strong. People had a lot to say in all kinds of directions, and it seemed that the predominant narratives were, one, a denouncement of political violence, and two, the idea, this was very popular, I saw, among liberals and left-leaning liberals. I saw, even leftists, I even saw, there was this sentiment in the 24 hours following the incident, that this was going to basically guarantee Trump the election. It was, I saw, on social media at least, and I talked to some people IRL as well, and the sentiment was a bit less strong IRL. But on social media at least, it seemed very much like people's darkest impulses with regard to how bad things were going to be were winning. People seemed very, very, very convinced that this was going to be the end of any chance to defeat Donald Trump electorally. And I don't think that they were right. I definitely don't think that they were right. At first, I toyed with the idea myself as well. Obviously, when you're in the heat of the moment, it can be kind of like, you can kind of feel a lot of negative emotions. But as I thought about it more, and as I looked at information about previous incidents, real quick, did you all know that there was an assassination attempt against Donald Trump in 2016? Real quick, in chat, if you knew that happened, just post a little, just post a little, a little emoji in chat. Put a yup emoji in chat. Put a yup emoji in chat if you knew that was the case. Because I didn't. I didn't know that was the case. Looks like some people did. So there's a few people who did, but a lot of people are also saying that he didn't know. And Trump won that election. Well, see, that's the strange thing. In 2017, a guy tried to steal the gun of a policeman, and the guy got really close to the stage, and he got his hand on the gun, and then got taken down. It was an unsuccessful assassination attempt. And the assassin, the would-be assassin, did get very close. And the Trump admin at the time, the Trump campaign at the time, barely told anybody about it. So a lot of people don't remember it at all or didn't know about it at all. And in fact, if you go and read, any literature that exists out there about it, most people say that it had almost no effect whatsoever on the election. Part of it is because there wasn't a narrative. The assassin, the would-be assassin, was a severely mentally ill British illegal immigrant, white guy, who had convinced himself that he needed to do it for America, for the purpose that attacking Trump would be the best thing that could happen to America. And he had no actual political motivation. He just thought it would be like a good favor to do for America. He wasn't American, though. He had overstayed his visa and seemed to have no real political alignment to speak of. He had had a very long history of mental illness, some treatment, but seemed to be off treatment at the time, and nobody talked about it. And, some people did at the time. There were news articles from when it happened, but they didn't follow up on it. So everybody either forgot or it didn't reach very far, and not many people heard about it. Now, in this case, obviously there was a significantly larger buzz immediately following the event. However, the buzz has already died down. It's only been a few days since the attempted assassination of Donald Trump, and not a lot of people are really talking about it all that much. It's already, the only thing that we're really seeing is Republicans saying that God protected Donald Trump. That's basically all that we've been seeing, because they know that the verifiable facts on the ground are that this guy was a Republican. There is no narrative they can capitalize on. This person wasn't there, obviously every Republican in the country was hoping he would be a lefty, liberal Bidenite, so that they could have ammunition, but he wasn't. Turns out he was a mentally ill Republican. Gun nut. And it really doesn't seem like the it really doesn't seem like the assassination attempt is really going to do him any favors electorally. Now, I don't think it's going to hurt him. However, there is an interesting poll I wanted to pull on. This was a Harris X poll, which asked, what is the root cause of Trump's shooting? A deranged shooter was 24% of the answers. Trump and his own rhetoric was 23% of the answers. The rhetoric of Biden and the Democrats was only 13%. Political polarization was only 12%. Lack of gun control was 11%. Mental health issues was a measly 9%. And news media rhetoric was an almost unnoticeable 6%. The fact that deranged shooter and Trump and his own rhetoric form the almost 50% of all people responding to the poll is pretty telling at how random samples of Americans really do not, really shows that Donald Trump is very, very unpopular. Many people, and I mentioned this before, if you're watching me live, you'll remember me mentioning this. If you're watching this as a video, in my video in which I react to an interview with Joe Biden, I mentioned that the average person in America, your just everyday normie who does not like Donald Trump, they're not going to see this as a incident of Biden or polarization. They know that Donald Trump has been politically radical. They know that he has made jokes about other politicians being hurt. They know that he has encouraged violent rhetoric. They know and believe that he is a terrible president with Hitler-esque policies, and they're going to see it as karma. And this poll seems to indicate that that's the case. An enormous percentage of Americans see it for what it is. They agree that Donald Trump has planted the seeds for this type of behavior. Kind of wild. Kind of wild. Of course, the Democrat response to it has been well wishes to Donald Trump, which once again is a terrible look for Democrats. Well wishing Donald Trump, who they believe is Adolf Hitler, makes them look dishonest. It undercuts their own message. It makes them seem like snakes in the grass. If you believe that Donald Trump is going to undermine democracy, which I also believe, if you believe that Donald Trump is, as he says, going to basically be a dictator on day one, you don't wish him well. It would make sense if they wanted to denounce political violence. That's totally fine. And of course, we denounce political violence. But why would you wish the guy well? Why would you wish Adolf Hitler well? It's very weird. It's a very weird response. It went so far that Joe Biden decided to suspend all anti-Trump advertising for the foreseeable future, which is an insane thing to do when you're already neck and neck with Trump. And it turns out that this had nothing to do with your rhetoric, because obviously it didn't. Joe Biden has the most milquetoast weak rhetoric you can possibly imagine. There's no sane person who isn't a QAnon huffing psychopath is ever going to come to the conclusion that Joe Biden's rhetoric of going, Jack, I'm not the guy who said the Charlottesville people were, fine people or whatever. That, you think that's going to inspire political violence? Come on, you'd have to be deranged to think that. You have to believe that Joe Biden is secretly like a Chinese communist in disguise who behind closed doors is like pulling the levers of the world. Yeah, that's where you have to be in order to think that Joe Biden's rhetoric could cause this. Yeah. It's been weird. It's been a weird week. Of course, in the another aspect of all of this is that in the aftermath of the assassination, the Biden administration seemed to have genuinely thought that they were off the hook. Obviously, we've talked about it extensively that Joe Biden has been struggling in the polls, that Joe Biden's public appearances have been gaffe after, I shouldn't even say gaffe, bungle after bungle after bungle. It's not just a gaffe. He's not just slightly goofing. He's dropping the ball over and over and over again. Everything from oh my God, the introducing Zelensky as Putin was insane and insulting. I can't even imagine what that would be like if you're Zelensky. You're like engaged in a life or death war against a guy whose actions have now resulted in the death of your people, and your supposed ally introduces you as that guy. Just horrible. Just terrible. Anyway, in the midst of all of that, you know, Joe Biden, there have been increasing calls from the Democratic Party for Joe Biden to step down and appoint someone else to run for president against Donald Trump, someone who actually has a chance at winning, like perhaps Kamala Harris. But we don't know if that's going to happen, of course. But what is interesting is that the pressure did not disappear as the Biden admin seems to have thought. They thought this assassination attempt was going to be a done deal, that nobody would be pissed off about Biden anymore because they'd be too scared. And as it turns out, just a few days later, nope, actually the pressure is right back on Biden again, which is really a wild time to be living in. We live in a time in American history where the idea of an attempted assassination against a former president basically just rolls off of everyone's back like water off of a duck. And I earlier, someone in chat mentioned that that the moment that it was revealed that Donald Trump wasn't seriously injured, wasn't dead, and that the shooter was a Republican, in the minds of most Americans, it clicked over into just being another mass shooting. And we have one of those like every other week in America. And I gotta say, that is so grim. But also, a part of me believes that that is probably at least a part of it. That the event stopped looking like an assassination the moment that Trump only got his ear clipped. You know? Wild. Actually wild. A weird time that we live in. A truly strange time to live in. There was an attempt to like launder and buff this photo that Donald Trump took. After Donald Trump's ear got hit by the bullet, he like did this pose with his hand up in the air, and they posed him in front of a big flag, you know, because they have all these spots in his show or in his rallies where they're like perfect photo op stuff. They have the cranes flying the gigantic huge flag. So they got him in front of that and they posed him in front of it. He had blood on his face and he looked like he was like, I'm so strong. Look at me. I got my shoes on. I'm back up. And that didn't go anywhere because the wind everybody was like, when it first happened, they were like, oh my God, this is the photo that's going to be in the history books. And it probably will be in the history books to a certain degree. But also it was a Republican. So it immediately stopped having any power. He doesn't look like he's resisting anything. In fact, it looks like he's resisting his own frickin' party. It fails to be a picture of a martyr. Instead, it's just a doofus who pissed off his own party so bad that a crazy tried to kill him. It's deranged. It's really weird. There is one really funny thing I want to talk about before I move into one of the discourse topics that everybody's been chatting about, which we're gonna touch on the discourse. Everybody loves discourse, but the first thing I wanted to talk about is I wanted to read a small snippet from the New York Post article. Okay, this is from the New York Post. This is the, sorry, let me just, I'm going to bring this up so we can see it in its original context, because I want you guys to see this, okay? So, at the rally, one of the person who was killed was a guy named Corey Comparatori. Corey Comparatori, was a Trump supporter who was at the rally, and he got hit by one of the stray bullets, and he died. And, Helen Comparatori, his wife, was interviewed recently by the New York Post, and I wanted to just read a small bit of that because I thought it was fascinating. Okay, here, let me just see if I can find the spot here. Okay, God, this website. God, I'm sorry, New York Post sucks so much. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna read it from the article. Here it goes. Right here. Here it starts. I didn't talk to Biden. I didn't want to talk to him, Helen Comparatori said. My husband was a devout Republican and he would not have wanted me to talk to him. This is, of course, sorry, I should read the earlier line. Helen said that President Biden tried to call and console the family after the shooting, but she wanted none of it. I didn't talk to Biden. I didn't want to talk to him, Helen Comparatori said. My husband was a devout Republican and he would not have wanted me to talk to him. Corey Comparatori, age 50, a former chief of the Buffalo Township Volunteer Fire Company, was with his family at the rally on Saturday when deranged sniper Thomas Matthew Cooks opened fire, grazing the former president and wounding 2 others and killing Comparatori. Helen Comparatori said the childhood sweethearts were on the verge of celebrating their 29th wedding anniversary when the family headed to the rally to support their candidate. Me and the kids were all there as a family. He was just excited. It was going to be a nice day with the family. It was a very bad day, she added. He was a very loving husband, she said. He was a simple man, but he put his wife and kids first all the time. I did nothing here. I didn't lift a finger. He did everything. On Saturday, he died protecting his family, Helen said. As screams rang out, Donald Trump was grazed in the ear. Comparatori was killed and 2 others were wounded. David Dutch, 57, and James Copenhaver, 54, were critically injured but are expected to recover. Helen has said that she's been overwhelmed with support. A GoFundMe that was set up by her family raised $990,000, nearly $1 million. The donations that are coming in across the community and across the country, it's more than I could even imagine. It's more than I can fathom. But he deserves it all. He deserves everything. And this is the real kicker, okay? You might be wondering why I was reading all this, but this is the real kicker. She said that the family has not heard from Donald Trump, but is steadfast that Biden isn't welcome. Now, that is horrible to hear. Genuinely just terrible to listen to. This lady talking about her husband who's a devout Trump supporter, and Donald Trump, Joe Biden tried to call and they turned down the call, and Donald Trump didn't even fucking bother. Didn't give a shit. Dude dies at your rally trying to protect his family, and you're just like, nah, whatever. That's what they're there for. Really is pathetic. And of course, keep in mind that all of this is the only messaging that the Republicans are running on, because this guy, the shooter, was a Republican. The only messaging the Republicans are doing on was that God intervened to save Trump. I'm not kidding you, okay? It goes so far. Like, it is all over Twitter. They're saying, you know, God saved him. There's a video I saw earlier. Oh my God, I wonder if I can find it. Yeah, I can. Here it is. It's right here. Let me show you this, okay? Let me just show you how crazy this is, okay? This is Republicans right now. I'm not sure how people live through times like these and remain a materialist atheist. Not completely bought into a specific faith tradition, I get that, but believing this is all a coincidence, okay, yeah, sure. They're all, at the RNC, they're giving speeches that are like, God saved Trump, God intervened. Meanwhile, the guy who died in the audience is getting nothing. I gotta hand it to ContraPoints. I gotta hand it to ContraPoints. I know I just did a video criticizing ContraPoints, but that just goes to show you I'm not a hater. ContraPoints had perhaps the absolute funniest tweet about this at all. Marco Rubio tweets, "God protected President Trump." And ContraPoints replies, "Yeah, the Lord apparently guided the bullet right into one of his supporters." Which is, I'll be honest, a banger and extremely funny to me. Good on you, ContraPoints. That was a killer. Nailed it. But that is the attitude that the Republicans are right now. They truly view their own people as ants, as like mindless drones in a struggle to put Trump, their God, their representative of God on earth, in the White House. And any of the individual people that have whole lives and souls and internal worlds do not matter. It's just so sad. They are lower than pawns. They are completely disposable to them. It's incredible. Why would you? What the fuck, Uncle Gumball? Who did this? Who made this? And also, where's the lady? You're cutting out the lady DEI hire. That's what they're calling her. The Republicans have nothing, and so the Social Security, the Secret Service, the Secret Service lady who like was on the ball guarding Donald Trump, all of the Republicans are calling her a DEI hire. They don't got her. They left her out. They left her out. Sad. Okay. So this brings us to the discourse. The discourse over whether or not people who don't like Trump should give a shit and feel bad about this happening. And my answer is obviously no. Why the fuck would you ever give a shit? People are tripping over themselves to like literally be like, "Oh, Donald Trump, we hope your ear heals. We hope you don't suffer." Meanwhile, they're like, the ants in my audience thankfully took a bullet on behalf of the will of God. And then liberals are all like, "Oh my God, we need to apologize for something that they didn't do as a fucking Republican." Did you guys see this? Did you guys see that? That Jack Black disowned Kyle Gass over this? Tenacious D is over. They literally canceled their tour because Jack Black threw Kyle Gass under the bus. Because Kyle Gass said, "Damn," he said, I think what he said was, "Hope you don't miss next time, bro." Like in the middle of like a comedy set. Oh, what happened to the free speech warriors? Guess those don't exist anymore. Keep in mind, by the way, that I grabbed two of these. I grabbed two of these just to prove a point, but we all know, all of us any person with a functioning brain who's been awake and has a working memory for the last frickin' 4+ years, however many years you want to go back, take it all the way back to 2016. We all know exactly what every goddamn Republican, let alone what Republican leadership has been saying about political violence and what they've been insinuating and inspiring for the last 10 years, okay? We all know it. But just in case people didn't, I just want to play Donald Trump himself talking about a significantly more horrific incident that occurred against someone who isn't even themselves political, okay? This was following the hammer attack against Nancy Pelosi's elderly husband. So Nancy Pelosi's husband is the husband of a politician. So this didn't even fucking happen to the politician. This was Donald Trump, what he had to say. Ready? Let's listen.
We had no terror during my administration.
We had no terror during my administration. Okay, bro.
The only terror we had was Nancy Pelosi, who's a crazed lunatic. She's a lunatic. She is a crazed lunatic. What the hell was going on with her husband? Let's not ask. Let's not ask.
What was going on with her husband? This is Donald Trump blaming her husband for being attacked by a random hammer attack in his own home. Remember, boo-boo Donald Trump, he got his ear pinched and it bleeded a little bit. Ooh, 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 cry. And Donald Trump here is making fun of an old man who got his head bashed in with a fucking hammer. What the fuck? Just remember who we're dealing with here. Let's just remember who we're dealing with.
By the way, she's got a wall around her house. Obviously, in that case, it didn't work very well, did it? It didn't work. We had no...
Joking about how their house security didn't work and the guy got in to hurt him. Also, here we go. Here's another one. Donald Trump Jr. Got my Paul Pelosi costume ready. Super good taste, bro. Isn't that super funny? You're gonna dress up. You're gonna dress up as the guy who tried to kill Paul Pelosi and cracked his skull open with a hammer? Ha! You're so funny. So anybody who's fucking concern trolling and scolding over people making jokes about Donald Trump really need to remember where we're at, and also remember how the average American feels about Donald Trump, okay? Your average everyday fucking American, they remember Donald Trump talking about like this about this shit. This is the stuff that stands out in their mind. What they remember is grab him by the pussy. All the fucking nasty, horrific, insensitive, inhuman shit that Donald Trump has dumped out. And yet all of the freaking liberals in the world and every conservative is all of a sudden going, don't say anything mean. You're so uncivil. We're gonna cancel you. We'll show you. They're such fucking bitches. They're fucking pussies about it. It's pathetic. And you know what? And I want to tell you right now, don't give them a single fucking drop of charitability on this front. We know. You guys remember? You can watch it on my stream right now. If you go and look at the post-January 6th streams that I did. It's super easy. Just go back on my channel, scroll back to January 6th and look at the streams where we just went and observed right-wing social media spaces. Remember when we went on Donald.win and we were reading out the posts that were on Donald.win and the stuff that they were saying after January 6th? You remember that? Do you guys remember some of the shit that they were saying all over the place? These people are frauds. They don't give a shit, okay? What they want is they want to be able to say whatever they want anytime that they want. They want to be as violent and vile and disgusting. They want to post their Wojaks and their images of lynching and all that other crap. And then they want to be like, boo-hoo, don't make a veiled joke about Donald Trump and being bummed that he didn't get hurt. Pathetic. They're fucking hypocritical frauds. And never let them make you feel bad about it. You know, liberals love to do the high road shit. They like to do the civility shit. You want to know what the high road is? The high road is that Donald Trump and his cult haven't been completely ejected from American society. That is the high road. We are so far on the high road right now that they don't even know what it looks like. They're privileged to still be able to exist alongside everyone else in the society. In a sane world, being a MAGA head at this point in history would mean that everybody would look at you with fucking disdain. At this point in history, being a MAGA head means supporting a guy who's openly talking about how he's going to mass detain and persecute immigrants, who tried to ban Muslim people point blank from the country, who successfully banned trans people from the military, a person who represents a party that is actively trying to eliminate trans people, who is openly saying that they want to ban trans people from getting medical care on day one. The adherents of that fucking cult, we should look upon them with shame and pity. We are so far on the high road that it's arguably immoral. It's permissive and enabling. And as you know, I have always committed to this being a no gaslighting zone. You know, no fucking bullshit in here. I don't tolerate this fraudulent nonsense of having to sit here and always have people tell you that your eyes are not seeing the truth. That you just imagined Donald Trump making jokes about every bad thing that ever happened to any Democrat ever. That you just imagined Donald Trump praising the people at Charlottesville. That you just imagined Donald Trump inciting people to go to fucking January 6th. That you just imagined the Trump supporters openly wearing Trump merch, building a giant noose on the front lawn of the White House, of the Capitol building. The no gaslighting zone. We know what these people are. They've been acting like fucking animals for fucking 8 years. And now they're like, oh, don't make a joke about the shooter missing Donald Trump, boo. As they do every time. Cry bullies. The ultimate historical cry bullies. Obviously they're human. They're shockingly human. Only a human could be as stupid and pathetic and disgusting. I was honestly, I need to do an apology. I need to do an apology because comparing Trump supporters to animals is a fucking insult to the animals. Only a human could be that fucking nasty, filthy, spiteful, and moronic. Animals would just eat fucking grass. Maybe an animal would kill each other, you know, because they're hungry or they're fighting over territory. But a Trump supporter in 2024, these people are like, I'm so pissed off about my penis size that I need to become a racist and I want to bring back fucking Jim Crow. Oh my God. Anyway, that's the discourse. There is no discourse. The discourse is that, as always, Republicans behave like fucking shit-covered freaks, like little blobs of putrescence, and then everybody else is expected to accept their scolding. They do this all the time. This is their entire goddamn game, and it sucks. And I'm not gonna fucking pretend that it's anything other than patent bullshit. It's a load of fucking garbage. Anyway, as it turns out, the assassination doesn't seem to have moved the needle on the election basically at all. That doesn't mean that Donald Trump is gonna lose. It just means that it didn't help Donald Trump win. In fact, the biggest thing that is helping Donald Trump win right now is Joe Biden. The fact that Joe Biden now has COVID, the fact that Joe Biden refuses to step down, the fact that the Democrats are in disarray and there's no one campaigning in an absolutely critical moment of the election, that's what's going to help Donald Trump win. And this assassination turns out to be a blip in the 24-hour news cycle once again. It's crazy. People were talking about Joe Biden brain shutting off in the middle of the debate for longer than they are Donald Trump getting a piece of his ear blown off. That just goes to tell you how little sympathy Donald Trump actually has in this country. People hate him so much, and Joe Biden is still tanking the election. Insanity! We live in an insane period. We live in the period of freaking rot. And it's insane to observe. But at least you know that when you come here, you are no longer in the gaslighting zone. Anyway, if you enjoyed this absurd segment, make sure that you press subscribe down below so that you can join the anti-gaslighting zone and hear some frickin' truth for once. Anyway, thanks for watching. I am hungry. I burned through so many calories. That burger was basically the only thing that I ate. I ate a little bowl of cereal this morning. I I need to eat some dinner sometime soon. The hell? I kind of want grilled cheese. Maybe I'll make myself grilled cheese after streaming. What time is it? 8:46? Let's vibe for a little bit. Let's vibe and chat. Let's see what chat's up to. What is chat saying? Huh? We'll talk about JD Vance next stream. There's too much to talk about with JD Vance. News out of the RNC. Donald Trump fucking fell asleep. He fell asleep during Donald Trump Jr.'s speech, and he slept through JD Vance's speech. Oh, he's eepy. He's so eepy. I just want to remind you who could beat Donald Trump. I want to remind you who isn't eepy. We know who isn't eepy. Her coconuts are rattling right now. Whose laugh is that? You know if you know. If you can tell the laugh of the coconut queen, you know. JD Vance is a charisma black hole, and it's actually incredible that they decided to choose him. I know why they decided to choose him. It's for a cash injection, which we'll talk about it in full. But yeah. No charisma? Yeah, JD Vance has zero charisma. JD Vance is like he has anti-charisma. The fake drips off of him like crazy. If you ever watched JD Vance speak, first of all, this is what he looks like. He has Charlie Kirk syndrome. DeSantis levels of Riz? Yep, DeSantis it's spot on. He's got zero energy. Did Pence have charisma? No, but he at least had like Pence had charisma with a certain group of people. Pence knew how to speak to like aging Christian fundamentalists. That's what Pence could do. He could be like, on Sunday morning, I go with my family and we get a sweet breakfast and then we praise God together at our church. He could keep it together and he could deliver like this warm Christian fuzz that they bought into. And of course, that doesn't appeal to anybody else except for like 80-year-olds who remember like 2 Sunday mornings from their childhood and going, oh, it was so nice. We'd have hot chocolate and then we'd walk to church, you know? But so he had that going for him. But JD Vance has none of that, okay? JD Vance is the guy who like while he was running for office, he was like trying to sell people that he was like an everyman, and he would like pose with pictures of like a big gulp, and he'd be like, enjoying a big gulp with my friends, and it's just like the straw is like still in the fucking wrapper and shit. He's like, and he's the type of guy you can see it in his eyes that he just like threw the big gulp in the trash and was like, oh my god, I need me a San Pellegrino immediately. Ooh, somebody get me hand sanitizer. I touched the 7-Eleven cup. I don't know much about him, but guessing Trump picked him because he'll be a doormat. Trump picked him because his ties are to the neo-reactionary movement. I don't know how many I have to do a whole segment on this because I want to educate people a little bit about it. But JD Vance is super plugged into the neo-reactionary movement, the NRX movement, if you've ever heard of it. He's really close with Peter Thiel. He's close with a bunch of the right-wing tech bros, so he has a ton of connections to money. Is he a groyper? Yes. He has expressed his support for Nicholas Fuentes in the past. He's friends with Curtis Yarvin? Yes. Yeah, Mold Bug. Which he's a recent Catholic convert, and he's like, he does the whole trad-cath thing. He explicitly stated that one of his goals with political power is to ban porn. He owns J.D. Vance owns a tech company that's called Narya, which is the name of Gandalf's magical ring in Lord of the Rings. He's pathetic and so embarrassing. Oh yeah, he wrote the book Hillbilly Elegy, which got turned into a Netflix show that nobody liked. But people liked the book. It mostly appealed to like PMC people. It's a book that's like it's a book that's supposedly about his life growing up in Appalachia, but of course okay, you know the have you ever seen those pictures of the Duck Dynasty guys? Let me see if I can see them. Yeah, this one. Hold on, let's see. I want to see if I can find the side-by-side pictures where it's like them before they did the Duck Dynasty show, them after they did the Duck Dynasty show. Where it's just like before Duck Dynasty, they're all wearing polos, and then they decided to make these characters for Duck Dynasty, and they all grow out their beards and wear Oakleys and wear camo all the time. But before that, they were all just standing around in polos and khakis. Let me see if I can find him. That's J.D. Vance, by the way. That's like him in a nutshell. I wonder if I'll be able to find the photos. It's like, they're like so... It's been so long. Nobody cares about them anymore. If anybody has those photos, shoot them my way. Anyway, the point is that he like, despite being like a fucking rich boy who's like super insulated into the so-called the elites he pretends to rail against, he wrote a book about how he was like, it was so hard growing up among hillbillies, but I'm a man of the earth, but these hillbillies are shitty. And a bunch of like PMC liberals ate it up, and then that was like his first claim to fame. And then nobody bought his script for it in Hollywood, but it got picked up by Netflix. And so the Hillbilly Elegy show was like a fucking bomb that nobody liked because, of course, the premise is embarrassing. Not from Ohio, but everyone in Ohio seems to hate him. He barely got into office. And that was with all of his money. He barely scooched into office. We're going to do a whole segment on him. But yes, he is literally a fascist. He believes in banning porn and advancing Christian nationalism. But he's like I said, he's a charisma black hole. So he's probably going to be shoved away in private to never see the sunlight. But his money that he's going to bring in is going to be crazy because he's connected to Peter Thiel and all those right-wing tech guys. So yeah, nobody likes him. No, he's really fucking struggling. He barely made it into office. Also, his wife isn't white, and conservatives are confused about it. Yeah, they are. They're gonna have to keep that one on the DL. JS Masochist says, what's with the porn ban thing? What's gained in that one? Conservatives are evil, but they also seem to do evil to gain power for more evil. What's their end goal banning porn? Cultural control. People like J.D. Vance. Now, J.D. Vance, I don't know that he really believes anything in his heart of hearts, but the people who support J.D. Vance and the people that he's close with, his rich friends, they are culturally reactionary super conservatives who want to bring back a Christian conservatism to America, and that involves repressing sexuality. That's part and parcel to Christian conservatism. It allows them to control people's bodies. It allows them to control people's tastes. It allows them to control culture, or at least to feel like they control culture. Of course, no one ever follows their rules. Yeah. How do you even decide which things are porn and which things aren't? That's an excellent question. And as they will soon discover, everything will become porn. That's what happens when you try to ban porn. Porn simply disguises itself as everything else, because as it turns out, repression, sexuality can't be repressed in that way. Not successfully. It just leaks out in other spots. It's wild. You're gonna see the crazy stuff. If you go back and you watch like even stuff like old 50s cartoons, the weird hyper fetishized, weird hyper sexualization that leaks out in every inch of those is a direct result of the hyper repressive culture. It finds its way into everything else. It gets even more ridiculous and inescapable. It just makes it also extremely inconvenient for everyone and miserable. Because of course everyone's has to become guarded and people get persecuted randomly, and we know who gets persecuted. So, yeah. It's basically an attempt to control the public culture. You can never get rid of porn. You can never get rid of sexual desire. But what you can do is you can make people afraid. And of course, it's always selective, because the people who are on top of the power, they indulge all they want, always. They're always hypocritical. But yeah, it's an attempt at Christian conservative cultural control, and it's fucking insane. Someone just sent me this meme. I was just sent a meme by Cherry, friend of the show, Cherry, former team member Cherry Bread. And it was titled, the meme was titled, "This is your chat." I'm not arguing with a 28-plus-year-old trans woman. Mommy always knows best. True! That should be my chat. That should be my chat. But true! Of course I'm going to show your meme, Cherry. You're fire. And your poggers. I'm happy you're here. Great to see you. Yeah, here's conservatives talking about J.D. Vance's wife already. J.D. Vance's wife is Indian, by the way. Randy Treble says, she has more European physiognomy, though. Her bloodline is probably a mix of the early Macedonian invasions. Woo, boy. Woo, boy. Woo-hoo-hoo. When you're totally normal and definitely will appeal to the average person. Pretty sure Nuts is literally here. That said, Nuts has been quiet lately, but that's okay. You know, I understand. Nuts has been off on doing his own thing. Everybody's saying, "Oh, I miss Nuts." Are we sure? Are we sure about that? I am getting hungry. Everybody hating Nuts until they're not here, but I think Nuts is here, but it doesn't really matter that much. I need to rant about Elden Ring. I need to rant about Elden Ring so bad. But I can't tonight. I can't do the Elden Ring rant tonight. I'm not ready. Okay, I'll talk about it, okay? I'll talk about it. In that, I have been wanting to rant about Elden Ring, but I haven't been able to find the words, and I keep getting nervous because I want to make sure what I say makes sense. But I haven't been able to put it all together yet. I have so much to talk about, and it's going to be very much for the Elden Ring fans when I do it. But my God, it's like, I don't know, there's so much for me to talk about with regard to Elden Ring and how I feel about it. It's just that, like, I have a lot of critiques and a lot of praise for the new Elden Ring DLC, and I want to do a review. I want to do a little review, and then I want to do a spoiler warning giant discussion about so many aspects of the game, and I want to hear what people have to say about it. But I need to collect my thoughts, and I haven't had the time to put them together. So, yeah. I've been, it's been crazy. This year's been crazy. I feel like this year has gone by so fast. And I feel like I've been working so much, even though, like, the last week disappeared in a blur because I was sick. But we have not been doing enough gaming stuff. There's been so much politics stuff. I gotta make sure I gotta clear my head somehow and lock in a little bit. We've been doing so much politics stuff. You're never gonna get to the DLC? Sure you are. You can do it. We've been We've been away from Dark Souls 2 for like a month, which feels terrible. We were making such good progress in Dark Souls 2, but I've been too tired after every stream. We've had so much intense stuff to talk about, and there's been so much conflict. It's super tragic. It's been a political year, but also I feel like there's a possibility that, like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot by talking about politics as much as I do. You know? Because it's definitely not the moneymaker, but my channel is known for it. People do appreciate it, and I appreciate that people appreciate it. I think it's valuable. But also, I think about, like, oh, it's probably going to be even more difficult to make a living off of politics going forward. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe there'll be a converse effect, but I feel like there's going to be a crackdown on monetization of political content if the election goes towards Trump. Which makes me feel like, damn, I really got to get my shit together and put more love into my gaming content. It would be a bummer, you know. There's so many people who I love in this community who I don't know if they'd stick around if I did more gaming content, you know, which is a bummer because I think my gaming content is great and we have a lot of fun with it. But I've been neglecting it lately. That's on me, you know. And that's on me. That's on me for, like... But also, I feel like I gotta talk about some of this stuff. I feel like on some of this, I'm like one of a few people giving a certain perspective. There are very few people out there who share a perspective on politics like me. There's a lot of people doing news coverage. There's a lot of people basically funneling people directly into electoralism. Into just, oh yeah, go give more money to the Democratic Party. And I feel like I'm one of a handful of people articulating any other answer besides rely on the Dems more, and if the Dems lose, it's over. Like, it's like, I'm serious. I know that it's probably gonna sound like I'm being a little bit like, yeah, I'm the only real one. I'm not trying to say that. But I mean, when I go and I look at other content, because I watch other people's content, I go check it out. Like, so much of it, people literally, they don't even try. Like, I feel like I'm inadequate in the way that I talk about stuff. Like, I feel like I don't have enough answers for people. But I also try to be real about that and say that I don't have all the answers. I just think that it's an obvious conclusion that we need to develop a politics that is more than just waiting on the Dems to inevitably fail and then leave us out to dry. You know, because I don't want anybody to die. I don't want anybody to be suffering. I don't want anybody to have nothing to fall back on. You know? So on one hand, it's like, I don't know. I'm rambling, but Jake says, can you give more specifics on what personal, political, and activist actions we should be doing? I want to prepare for things more, but I don't know exactly what I should be doing and how I can fit within my means and schedule. Okay, so I can't tell you everything for your personal life, but the first thing that you should be doing is you should be connecting socially with as many radical perspectives as you can, okay? That's the first step. The first step is to build yourself a social milieu whereby people are actually talking about this stuff, which is one of the big problems online, is that especially in politics spaces, there communities that are anything other than just blatantly cheerleading the Dems all the time, they've been squeezed out and they've been choked out, which means that it's hard for people to find themselves in a social environment where people are even talking about this. Now, we happen to be lucky. We have a community like that, where people talk about protests, where people talk about demonstrations, where people talk about mutual aid groups. This is one of those communities where you can start connecting to people and figuring out that kind of stuff. So that's the first step, is you need to keep making these connections and finding and actively seeking perspectives on politics that are different than just make sure you vote in November. Everybody rock the vote. So that's one of the things. But the second thing is that you got to start looking into things in your area. You got to start figuring out, okay, what are the local political parties in my area? What are the left-aligned political groups? They're going to put their name out there. If you go onto Google and you search lefty groups in my area, you're going to find some of them. And then you start looking into them. And you find out, is this one that's interesting to me? Are these guys looking like they're cool? Maybe you go to an event of theirs. And if none of it, and you don't even have to go directly, explicitly to lefty things. You can say, what are the volunteering opportunities in my area that can directly help my community? Members of my household regularly go and volunteer. And they don't go do that through a lefty group. They do it with general access groups. Doe, for example, Doe and Gynotype both go and help work on local parks in the area, because we have a friend who is who their career is in park management, and that friend is able to go, hey, we've got these events that are coming up. Here's also where you can go watch for these events. And so Doe and Gynotype get clued in on all these events through a connection that they've made. They have a friend, and they talk to that friend, and that friend says, hey, go check out this website where people post where they need help. And some weekend mornings, they'll go out and they'll go help at a park. They'll go pull up invasive plants. They get, you know, some refreshments or whatever, and then they go home. That's how they do it. Also, Doe has gone to a bunch of different just local, free, community organized nature information or nature events. So like, for example, that's a terrible description. But for example, Doe went to a free foraging class that was being offered by some local experts. And this was advertised on the internet. Doe went to that and met a bunch of people there and heard about a bunch of other events there. These are a bunch of things that you can do to start getting involved. These are just examples of the types of things that you can do to start getting involved and start building local community that can be valuable to you, and meeting other people who might share your political interests and who then might hook you into other things that you can do. Additionally, I think that it's extremely valuable to connect with other people of various marginalized groups, which you can do through communities like mine and many other communities similar to mine. You will begin to hear their perspectives. You will be able to see what they're doing. Something that I'm working on doing, which I wanted to mention, by the way, this is a perfect opportunity to talk about this. I'm going to be building a new section of the Discord, which is going to be a list of GoFundMes and various other resource-based things, where if you have some extra spare cash, if you have some money that you put aside for donating to charities or towards donating to direct aid, I'm going to start compiling some of those from my extended community. So it's going to be in my area. I'm going to curate the list with a handful of other people that I trust, and I'm going to pick people who are, you know, connected to my broader network that I can vet to some degree or another, that people can contribute to. And the thing that inspired me to do this was the fact that just the other day, and this is not the first time, but just the other day, I put out a call to help with a fundraiser for 2 trans women who were trying, an emergency fund for 2 trans women who are in my network, of my social media network, who I'm familiar with and have multiple mutual connections with. They had a fundraiser going. I put out a call to it, and our community seriously jumped to the task. When I put up the thing, I was watching to see how many people jumped in from the imps after I posted my post, and I'm not kidding. We're talking hundreds of dollars that the imps were willing to help. They got across the goal because of that. It was this one right here, which tons of people quote retweeted it on Twitter, which is good enough, but which is already good. But also a ton of people went and donated and helped these 2 trans women get everything that they needed, which is sick as hell. And that's not the first time that our community's been able to do that. One of the last times when I put forward and boosted a GoFundMe, which was a friend of a friend that I know in this area who is in desperate need. I don't know them personally, but they're a friend of somebody that I know who really needed help. I put out that call, and one of my followers messaged me, and the friend of the friend messaged me to tell me that somebody messaged them from my community saying, hey, I'm a member of the Demon Mama community, and I saw that Demon Mama retweeted your thing. I'm going to fund your entire GoFundMe, which is amazing. And I want to shout the biggest bullhorn out to somebody who does something like that. But I want to be able to do more of that type of thing. And I'm not the only one who does stuff like this. There are other communities like mine out there who do things like this that can make a huge difference. They can make a real and immediate and visible impact on the world. And I want people to do that kind of thing. I don't even remember what I was talking about before. Anyway, I hope that answers the question. Ox Pecker with the $10! With a link. What's this link? Thank you very, very much for the $10. This is... I don't know what this is. This is a 4-minute video. I am not going to watch this right now. But thank you for the link. And thank you very, very much for supporting the show. I can't watch this right now. That's a 4.5-minute video. But thank you. Seriously, thank you very much. Alexi with the $10 says, unbeknownst to many, demon types have kind souls. Also, donate, you freeloaders. Support your local infernal broadcaster. Thank you. I didn't say that. Alexi said that. I don't think you're freeloaders. You're all wonderful. Thank you very, very much. Freeloader said with love. Yeah, now listen, it's a free show. I make it free for a reason. To my own, even though I probably could make more money if it wasn't a free show, but it also would change the vibe, and I don't want to change the vibe. I like the vibe. I want to change the vibe, but to make it better, not worse. Basically, is what I'm saying. Are you playing Dark Souls tonight? I don't know that I can. How many hours are we at? We're at 5 hours and 18 minutes, and I still haven't even talked about LUNACID yet. And I gotta be careful because I just got better from getting sick. I do not want to plunge myself back into sickness. So probably no Dark Souls tonight, even though I even put my controller over here. All right, let's do the LUNACID thing. Okay, real quick, I want to talk about LUNACID. I'm gonna turn on the LUNACID music in the background. Oh, they have the one with the flute and the lute. Okay, here's how we're gonna do it. My lovely, lovely imps, I want to tell you about an amazing, incredible, and beautiful game. The game we're about to talk about, which the music in the background is directly from the game, is called LUNACID. And I am in love with it. I feel like I don't just love the game, but there's something more. I am fascinated and transfixed by it. I beat LUNACID over the last weekend while I was recovering from a sickness, and the vibe was just incredible. I couldn't put it down. I wanted to just keep playing. It is a really incredible RPG that is heavily inspired by the entire FromSoft library and also Berserk, but especially is inspired by Kingsfield and Shadow Tower, which are some of FromSoft's earlier works. It's a first-person fantasy game, and the focus of the game is on the exploration of an incredible fantasy space, and it does this very, very well. There is a lot of combat in the game. The sort of exploration of the world is punctuated by combat encounters where you fight in first person using a large collection of weapons and spells, but the combat is not like the center or the meat and the soul of the game. It's more like a delicious flavoring that is on top of this sort of exploration through a fantasy world. The story is really cool and fascinating and interesting and has its own unique touch. And the game, one of the things I love the most about it is that it's completely full of really interesting and creative puzzles. There are all kinds of spells that only do things in certain contexts. There's all kinds of weird spots where you need to come up with the right item to use in the right place to discover a secret. The world is just completely riddled with secrets, and it gives you this feeling that you're always discovering something, and that around any corner there could be something just out of your eyes, just out of your line of sight that you could discover if you thought about it and looked a little bit harder. It's truly awesome. The soundtrack is phenomenal, and it has this retro VHS low poly art style that I find so gorgeous. But on top of all of that, one of the things that I think it does best is its level design. The way that the zones are designed, they're all designed to sell a certain mood. And I was trying to come up with the right word for how I would describe this if I had to give it like a genre name. I've seen people call this a fantasy tourism game, but I don't love that. Instead, I would call it a vibe explorer. Yeah, there's combat, and some of the combat can be a little bit hard, not like Dark Souls difficulty or anything like that. Overall, the combat is fairly easy. But each zone that you go into is about exploring a very specific dreamlike environment, and it does it so well. All of the zones have this really unique feel. Some of them are really scary. Some of them are just abundantly beautiful and relaxing. Other ones feel eerie and surreal. And it's just so good. I really want people to go play LUNACID. It's made by a really small team. However, even though it was made by a small team, it was just picked up by a publisher, and they've announced that there is going to be new content coming soon. So if you end up playing it, and like me, you become attached to it very aggressively, you will have even more in the future for you. I really love this game, and I had an awesome time exploring the world, finding all of the unique weapons and spells, figuring out all the puzzles, and digging into the game's lore. It is not as mammoth of a lore experience as a game like Dark Souls, where every single item is giving you this mythological amount of lore that all ties together. But it does have very rich lore that I found enticing and enchanting. And to just pull from a commenter in chat who's played the game, Calliope says, having played this game on and off for slightly over a year now, I'm amazed at how well I remember some of the spaces, like the tomb. There were 2 zones in this game that really scared me a lot. Like they really got under my skin. One of them was the tomb. The other one was called the Green Asylum. There are a lot of zones that I found really stunningly beautiful as well, but the two creepy zones that really got under my skin was the tomb that you're referencing there and the Green Asylum. The Green Asylum, I had to be like, gotta take a break after I finished that zone because I was just like on edge so hard. Yeah, it's a really great game. And this song that I've been playing in the background here, which I'm gonna fade out now, is just a small taste of the music, but the soundtrack is incredible. I was actually listening to the soundtrack again in the car while driving. I had to drive a long distance yesterday, and I was listening through the whole soundtrack again, and I was just marveling how awesome the soundtrack is. It's not a super long game, but it's pretty chunky. I got, I think I can tell you my playtime actually. My playtime upon having completed all of the endings. So I did basically every secret that there is in the game, I did them. It took me, let me tell you, it took me 33.8 hours. That was to get all of the endings, and that includes like gathering all of the spells and all that kind of stuff like that. And I loved every single minute of it. It is fantastic. Anyway, I just wanted to do a quick spoiler-free review of LUNACID. Please go play LUNACID. It has made it onto my list of favorite games, and I really think that you will love it if you go play it. Especially if you're looking for something that is emotionally and visually and audibly intense, but not like a pure, like, heart-pounding action game. It's much more of like you're drifting through and solving puzzles and finding secrets in a really beautifully crafted fantasy world. LUNACID is probably the game for you. So please go check it out. And if you do end up checking it out because of this review, please leave a comment down below telling me your thoughts. And if you've played it, consider leaving me a comment as well. I really want to help people find beautiful games, and this is one of the most beautiful I've played in a long time. Thank you so much for watching. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention you can get a slime girlfriend! The game is LUNACID. LUNACID, like LUNACID. It's really great, LUNACID. You can get a slime girlfriend, yes. It'll be in the title of the video how it's spelled, so yeah. Slime girlfriends are the best. Yeah, they're one of the secrets in the game is that you can get a slime girlfriend. I won't tell you how, but you can. And yes, it literally says she's your girlfriend. The item that she gives you is like, you got this from your girlfriend. Which is really, really cute. But she goopy? She's not goopy, she's slimy. There's a difference. She's slimy and stretchy. She's not goopy is different. She's not a goop girlfriend. Maybe she can also do goop, but she's not by default goop. Goop is different than slime. There's a different vibe, okay? I need you to understand that. Goofing and gagging, gooping and gagging. I really frickin' love that game. There were a few things I had to look up to get all of the secrets, but it wasn't too bad. And the forums, the like Steam forums were fine. I found almost everything I needed on either the little community-run wiki or the Steam forums. But honestly, they're not that bad. The secrets are not. It's not Animal Well. You know, Animal Well was like crazy on the secret front. That whole game is all secrets. But also the game is very enjoyable. Even if you don't want to get all the secrets. I will say though that the ending, the E ending is so awesome. It made me feel so cool. Sorry if I missed that. Let me see if I can catch it there. Thanks for poking me about it. Cosine V says, "Hey Demon Mama, I'm a pre-transition trans woman and I'm worried sick about Trump. Should I be worried about going to prison for changing the gender on my ID?" I don't think so, no. I don't think you should go. I don't think you're going to go to prison for that. In fact, personally, I think it's probably worth it to do that before. Donald Trump might try to prevent that from happening. But I don't know. I wouldn't go that far. I don't know how far Donald Trump is going to go. It's not looking good. I don't think you're going to get put in prison just for having that on there. I'm not going to rule out that, like, trans people, like, things could get really bad for trans people, but I don't think you're gonna just, like, I don't think that Donald Trump is gonna dispatch feds to arrest people who have changed their gender marker. I think it's much more likely to be a slow and insidious process that starts in red states. So, yeah. Annie says, I don't think there will be a true camp situation because people can't stomach it. It'll be a legislative genocide, slowly eroding legal rights and the ability to exist in public. I don't know. I don't want to rule out anything, but I tend to agree with you overall. You know, this is a pretty dark topic, and I don't want to make people feel panicked or desperate or whatever, or like dooming out. Because obviously we don't know what's going to happen or how it's going to unfold until it does. But yes, a legislative genocide is the process so far. That is exactly what they've been trying to do. It's by cutting off access to, hormones, cutting off access to public services, and forcing people's lives to become unlivable and or extremely agonizing, making them either have to leave, become displaced, or else, you know, in such distress that their quality of life goes down. The other way that is not talked about very often, that is quite literally camps, is through the legalization of conversion therapy. Conversion therapy is an insidious and invisible version of concentration camps. It allows, it becomes almost invisible to the public as parents ferret their children away to facilities that torment them and kill them. This is done through a chain of handshakes between churches and families that the government looks the other way or explicitly endorses. That is a way in which the camps, certain types of camps, already exist. Of course, the biggest for conversion therapy, that is mostly a concern for kids. If you're an adult, your parents can't force you to go to conversion therapy, and they can't really hold you at a conversion therapy camp anymore, although things might change in the future, who knows. I do think that there is a risk of certain things. For example, here is how I think that in America we could have a camps type situation that wouldn't look like a night of broken glass, but instead would be, it becomes impossible for trans people to have a job. It becomes illegal for them to express themselves in public. It becomes, you are functionally forced into having to live as your assigned gender at birth. And if you violate that, you become at risk for legal repercussion, which means that you get arrested and you go to prison. Prisons in America allow you to do, are allowed to do slave labor. So you basically end up with a lot of homeless trans people who get arrested for being homeless, trans people who defy the law and get arrested for defying laws that say you have to live your life as your assigned gender at birth. And then they get put into prisons where they then have to do slave labor, and all of a sudden you have concentration camps in the normal prison system. And this already happens to a certain degree. We already know that the American prison system already functions as de facto concentration camps, in that they are, certain demographics of people are targeted and go to prison more than anyone else, and then they end up in prison doing slave labor for the state. Yeah. That said, we're a long way away from that, and we have a lot of room to fight and resist that, and I don't think that those types of things are going to be common in blue states. I think that that type of thing is going to be in red states, and that the priority is going to be getting trans people to safety in blue states, where blue states have heavy forms of resistance to this. I don't know, it is possible, but we don't have anything to say right now that Donald Trump is going to be sending federal agents to go like arrest trans people in Seattle. You know what I mean? Seattle's state constitution, it has protections for trans peoples written into it. Oregon's state constitution has protections for trans people written into it. California, I don't know if they have a constitutional amendment, but California has robust legislation protecting trans people and the existence of trans people, which means that, barring a literal, aggressive federal takeover using federal agents, it's probably going to be more of like a standstill situation where it's no longer safe for trans people to go to red states, and trans people in red states will be in great danger. Yeah, I don't anticipate, at least not up front, that Donald Trump is going to arrest people for having their gender marker changed. But I do believe that trans people generally on all fronts are in great danger in the coming years, and it might accelerate more. I can't say that it's not going to accelerate more. These things have a tendency to accelerate. You know, they try to control, they fail to control. Trans people continue to exist. This enrages them. They become further aggressive. It's hard to say, but you have to survive anyway, and you have only one life to live. So you do what you can to survive, but you also do what you can to live fully. If it means anything to you, I'm a public trans person who has a 4.5-year public recorded record of me talking about being trans, talking about trans issues, and being a political dissenter. My ID indicates, my gender status, and I don't exactly hide it. So, you know, they're going to be going for people like me more than they go for other people, is what I'm trying to say. I don't think that they're going to make progress right away. I think that in blue states, there will be a significant amount of resistance to any federal encroachment, and that the problem that we're most going to be seeing, the nightmare situation, is going to be in red states, where conservatives have a complete stronghold of the government and will do basically whatever they can. But because of the way that the American government is structured, and because of the way that power is structured in America, blue states are likely to be able to uphold their own laws. And I don't think that I don't think that Donald Trump is going to dispatch federal agents to go, into blue states and persecute based on federal law. It's possible, but I don't think that's going to be the first step. So there'll be time to react, basically. That is something they might do. Chara-chan says they'll likely plan to kick disabled people off of federal services on a federal level, which states might step in. Keep in mind that California, Seattle, Portland, these are economic centers of the United States. In New York City, these are huge economic centers, which means they have power that is independent of the Fed. If the Fed pushes things too hard, they can just say, nah, screw you. What are you going to do about it? Go to war? Which might be something in the future, but I don't know about that. I think that's a little further down the road. But I think the biggest risk is going to be using legislation to bankrupt and torment trans people, forcing them into a position where they can be filtered through the already existing heinous and nightmarish prison system. I just don't think it'll be based around your ID. I think it'll be based around other things. Uncle Gumbald with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much. In the name of Mikkel the Kind, whom spreads compassion by any means necessary and who didn't do anything wrong. You're so Pepe. Yeah, you're so frickin'. I'm gonna kick your butt in the arena of ideas. That's not a threat. I'm just playing. Austerity and legal hell. Yeah, I mean, here's the dead giveaway, right? That red states right now have been given the right to make, red cities have been given the right to make homelessness illegal and punishable by a crime, which is insane. But the Supreme Court gave them the right to do that. So stronghold red cities will criminalize homelessness, and then if it's also impossible for you to get a job and you become homeless as a trans person, then you can go to prison. A lot of trans people, being persecuted in the red state become homeless, then go to prison, then all of a sudden you have a de facto concentration camp. That's how, the structure of the state has developed a lot since World War II. And while I'm not ruling out a Kristallnacht to concentration camps type situation, we already have extant functional stealth concentration camps in this country, and I feel like they will probably use that, but I don't know. It's hard to say. Sonia Forest Guardian says, being a survivor of conversion therapy, the idea that conversion therapy would be made mandatory or legal is absolutely terrifying. It is absolutely terrifying. And it is legal explicitly illegal. And in fact, there are a number of red states right now that allow federal funds to fund conversion therapy, which is horrific and nightmarish. You have to understand, quote-unquote conversion therapy is a nightmare of churches putting together like institutions that are run by idiots. These are run by people with no medical professionality whatsoever. They're just flying by the seat of their pants because the government doesn't care. So it's some weird psychopath, abusive fuck running a camp that vaguely resembles like a mental asylum, and parents through their church are referred to these places, and then their kids get locked up. It's horrible. It's horrifying. I truly and strongly believe that that getting trans people out of red states is going to be a primary political struggle in the near future for trans people. The direction that some red states are going is so insane that there's no safe way to stay in that state and thrive. And it really sucks because we're going to have to think really hard about how we can protect and assist trans kids that are trapped in these states. You know what I mean? Get them resources and knowledge to make sure that they can stay safe until they become an adult and can escape. I will say, Danny, that it's harder for them to get you off than it is for them to prevent it. You know, once you're already on a medication and you have a medical history, they have to then basically fight a legal battle and fight with your doctor to deprive you of a medication that you're already reliant on. Whereas preventing it in the first place is fairly easy for them. They just need to pass a law that says nobody can give it to you. It's something worth considering, but yeah. And he says it'll become some form of an underground railroad. Yeah, I mean, there already is a literal underground railroad. Obviously, the Underground Railroad was both a direct, specific movement of people, but also keep in mind that the Underground Railroad was not just one. It wasn't like just one group of people. The Underground Railroad was a diffuse network of many people. Sneaking people across the borders. And some of them were in direct communication with each other, some of them were not. And that already exists right now. The Underground Railroad already exists. The undergroundness is the fact that it's people just doing it for each other through their communities. It's multiple parallel railroads, so to say. And I do believe that that there's going to be more organization and a little bit more centralization as time goes on and people start to coordinate. But I still think that there will always be, just as there was in the original Underground Railroad, that there will be multiple parallel Underground Railroads out of these states. Isn't T harder to get on because of a steroid? Yes and no. Yeah, true, Danny. The T situation, people overstate and have a lot of misinfo around T. People are very, very rarely prosecuted for T. Packages for, that's all I'm going to say. I'm not a lawyer, but just you can look into it for yourself. There are certain things that are not a priority. And let's just say T is not a heavily policed substance, even though it is technically a restricted substance. That's all I'm going to say. I'm sorry about that, Hypno Amber. I don't know what's going on. Fantasy AI. Do you think they might go after the ACA, meaning the American Care Act, or the Affordable Care Act, sorry, again, and we might lose pre-existing conditions? Yes, I think that's almost guaranteed. If Trump takes power, I think that they will attempt to undo gay marriage, and I think that they will attempt to undo the Affordable Care Act, which will lead to a horrible situation. Just a nightmare for healthcare. Which is really funny, because that comes all the way back around. Comes all the way back around to a point that I was unbelievably based and wise-pilled on. Remember when everybody got super, super, super mad at me about saying that people need to start figuring out how to source medicine that goes above and beyond just relying on currently existing supply chains, which already cut tons of people out of it, that people need to figure that shit out? Just saying. The supply chains discourse will forever be a ghost over the internet, and it's a ghost in which I was correct. I can see you, Hypno Amber. I don't know what's going on. You're not in timeout. I just don't know what's going on. It might be on your end. It might just be on your end and not actually like in the chat, because I'm seeing all of yours. Mother Meerset with the $2 says, I won't go doomer, but God, this world is effed up. Thank you very much for the $2, Mother Meerset. Also, Mother Meerset with the $5 says, oh, this was from earlier. Sorry for missing this earlier, Mother Meerset. With the $5, Mother Meerset says, I didn't know about the 2016 assassination attempt, but I was struggling with my own gender identity issues / my first love at the time, so I was a bit busy back then. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you so much, Mother Meerset, seriously, for the total $7 super chat. Thank you so very much. Someone cooked here. True. No, it's just that like what do you, just seriously, as a thought experiment, what do you do if you and everyone you know cannot afford antibiotics and you're sick? What do you do if you and everyone you know can't afford insulin and you know like 3 people who need it and they're gonna die if they don't get it? What do you start to do then? Your options start to become pretty limited, you know? People start to think about all kinds of different things. And if there's, like, what are you gonna do? Wait until the Republican Party dies out and things change and you lose all of your friends and family? No, you start thinking about what you can actually do to solve that problem. Have you guys ever heard about how it's extremely common in America for people to buy veterinary antibiotics off of the internet? Like people taking fish antibiotics to treat infections? Pretty fucked up, right? But it's a remarkably huge problem. I feel like we should have better structures than that. I feel like people buying potentially sketchy veterinary antibiotics shouldn't be the only path that some people have to treating their sicknesses. But if you think that like healthcare is bad right now, imagine what would happen if they brought back, pre-existing conditions. People just literally can't get insurance and won't be able to afford the exorbitant prices right now. We're gonna need people setting up clinics. We're gonna need people with skills, with pharmacy skills, professionals who know how to do this kind of stuff, taking action to save people's lives. It is going to be a matter of life and death. We're going to need people to start attaining knowledge and figuring out how to meet these needs. And if there happens to be needs that can be attained on a local level by people with less expertise safely, we should do those things. That's true, Annie. That is true. Yes, that is true. The quote unquote bathtub estrogen discourse, aka the supply lines discourse, was a discourse started by me, and it was a well, okay. I should be more clear. The bathtub estrogen one it refers to two separate discourses. Some people use bathtub estrogen to refer to the supply lines discourse. Other people are using it to refer to the general DIY HRT discussion at large. Obviously, I didn't start the DIY HRT discourse. That one's been burning for a long time. I've participated in it many times, but the other one, the supply lines one, which some people do refer to by the bathtub estrogen discourse, that one was started by me, and it was the result of a dog pile from a particular community on the web that was aggressively misinterpreting my take and jumping on one out of context tweet that, if you took it out of its context, came off kind of bad. And I, being correctly stood my ground despite being ridiculed for it. But I don't really care. I mean, I do care. I hate when people fucking ridicule me when I'm fucking right. It's unjust, but yeah. Did you know that all across America, there are a bunch of public clinics, of public health clinics all across America? There are a bunch of public health clinics that are now legit health clinics with doctors, licensed doctors and everything. They look just like any other hospital or medicine center, except that the staff is better and they care more about the people there. But they're public health clinics, usually community clinics, all over America, especially in big cities, that were originally founded by the Black Panthers. When they were founded, they were being legally persecuted. These were people with medical expertise, nurses, sometimes, not always doctors, because you may not have even had doctors, but nurses with medical expertise, pharmacists with medical expertise, who put their time together and said, all right, our community needs healthcare. We're going to come together and do this, even if we face legal challenges. And now, of course, they were integrated into the standard system. They were accepted as normal healthcare things, but they were founded and run originally as clinics run by the Black Panthers to meet the needs of communities that were not getting their needs met, that could not get the medicine they needed. And if we end up in another situation like that, where communities are being cut out of their access to medicine, what do we do again? In this community, there are probably people with medical degrees of some sort or another. You have a talent that might be very, very, very important in the coming future. If we have a future where trans people are being persecuted and can't get access to medical care because they've been ruled as uninsurable by the repealment of the ACA, those of you in my community who have medical degrees, you could probably save their life. You could probably get together with people from, say, maybe, I don't know, Vaush's community, or Xanderhall's community, or Riverboat Jack's community. Find other people with medical experience and talent and say, hey, we're going to make a clinic that is specifically designed to help these people who are now being persecuted. You could save a bunch of lives. There's another thing to think about. That's the type of stuff. These are the type of things I want people to think about. We got months, maybe years, depending. Who knows how things are going to go? We got months, maybe years before the worst of this stuff starts falling upon us. I want people to start thinking about what they might be able to do in the time before it comes. Because I can tell you, I know the horror of having to watch as someone that you love doesn't get what they need. Okay? I know what that, I've been there. I've seen that firsthand. And it's horrible. And we want to prevent that as much as possible. So we all got to be ready to start thinking about this stuff. That's sick, Mithril. That's the type of talent. And even if you don't have the active skills, you probably know where to find them. Okay. Okay, everybody. It's 10 o'clock. I am trying to ease myself back into streaming, not destroy myself immediately. So I am going to say it's time for us to relax and stop now. It's time for us to wrap because I don't want to overdo it. 6-hour stream. It was a banger stream. We had a really good time. If you're here and you're not in the Discord, discord.gg/Demon Mama, join it. I will be back soon, very soon, with another stream. We'll talk about JD Vance. I'll hopefully finally get to talk about the Elden Ring DLC, and hopefully we'll finally get to play some Dark Souls 2. All right? It was a fantastic stream. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to everyone who supported the stream tonight. Truly, thank you all very, very much. And remember rule number 1, the only rule: do not fucking die. See you all soon, okay?